السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our valued non-Arabic speaking guests, please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts at the entrance of this hall.
One, two, three, four, five, six. Hello, welcome to the Ministry of Finance.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، أهلا ومرحبا بكم. نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting now. في حال الإخلاء الطارئ لا قدر الله، نأمل منكم الخروج عبر أحد مخارج الطوارئ على يمينكم أو يساركم، والتي يعلوها لافتات مضاءة باللون الأخضر، واتباع تعليمات مسؤولي السلامة. In case of emergency evacuation, please exit the venue through one of the emergency exit gates, which have illuminated signs in green. And please note that simultaneous interpretation from Arabic to English is available throughout this forum. Please get your device at the entrance of this hall.
أهلا يا رايد. تدري إن اسمك جاي من الريادة؟ صحيح الآن أنت طفل، بس بإذن الله تكبر وتعيش حياة جميلة وتتعلم وتساهم في رحلة العطاء، وتستلم أنت وشباب جيلك راية التطور، وتشارك في بناء وطنك وتحافظ عليه.
الإنسان يا رائد.
Man is the right, the capital. The kingdom invested in education and admission in universities in promising fields. The state supports the custodian of the two holy mosques scholarship program. With knowledge, we can reach to the heights of excellence. With knowledge, we become masters in the world. The level of healthcare today is something to be proud of. Yes, we do have the best hospitals and the best equipments, and we invested AI in healthcare. However, the best investment is in our health human resources. Housing today has overcome many challenges to help the citizens benefit and increase their ownership. Digital services have become intertwined in our lives. Therefore, we focus on enhancing the preparation and the readiness of our infrastructure. We launched many e-services and enhanced the cybersecurity to facilitate life. The state organized the space sector and cyberspace through and everything that relates to space and exploration and launching. Our cities started to become role models in developing their infrastructure. We will continue in our development march and implement the quality of life standards to make all facilities up to our aspirations. Thank God for the safety. We are very blessed to have food security and development despite all the global challenges. Food security is a top Saudi priority. Our country, Ra'ad, is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. We are the land of Islam and we are the Qibla of Islam, and it always deserves to be in the best conditions. We are proud of our culture and we are proud of our tradition, and with every man on its holy land. With economic reforms and the total development, we provide the support for the private sector to facilitate all the growth, our economy growth, and we provide job opportunities and employment for every young man and woman here for a better future. This generation and the next generations, Ra'ad, are the hope, and for them we make all these efforts and fulfill all these dreams. And in fulfillment, 2023 came with positive results after lifting all the precautionary measures in the COVID and retrieving the full capacity of all activities of pilgrims, Hajj, Umrah, and all economic activities. With God's graciousness, we have discovered 5 natural gas wells here in Saudi Arabia and achieved higher financial revenues, in addition to greater efforts in the industrial sectors, the environmental sector, and the logistical and tourism sectors. The kingdom has become a global center for its main role in supporting the global economy in the healthcare, education, and development. And it uses its global position to settle peace in the world and support international efforts to provide food security and support the World Health Organization and limit CO2 emissions and other initiatives that make us very proud of our country and proud of our achievements. Ra'id. We dream and plan and implement, and with you we fulfill our ambitions for a great homeland, proud of you, and you proud of your homeland. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, our dear guests, Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Welcome to the Budget Forum held on the announcement of the General Budget Announcement 1444 Hijri 2023. The Budget 23 Forum, organized by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with government agencies for the 6th year consecutively, to review the most important achievements of 2022 and our goals of 2023 to enhance the government's tendency towards communication and engagement and transparency with the citizens, investors, and the private sector and the global community. We welcome our viewers through social media, in addition to the satellite stations. We will be very happy to receive all your questions through the website of the Ministry of Finance.
Simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts at the entrance of this hall. حضورنا الكرام، تنطلق الآن أولى جلسات حوار الملتقى.
And now we start with the first session of the forum, financial sustainability, and this will be administered and moderated by Mr. Mohammed Al-Tmehi from Al Arabiya channel. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first session of the Budget Forum this year. Financial sustainability and growth factors. Under this title, we are going to make a number of questions to the excellencies, the main speakers in the forum. How have we been able, how could we achieve surplus in the budget despite the global economic challenges? The transformation from direct support to strategic support to the citizen, financial reforms, and economic transformation. Are we on the right path? The Saudi condition, in light of the growing economic inflation and the ability of the private sector to cope with development and the strategies adopted by the government in this realm, through which we look at the economy. All of these questions are going to be made to the guests in this forum. Please welcome His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Mohammed bin Abdullah Al Jud'an. His Excellency, the Minister of Economy and Planning, Faisal Fadel Al Ibrahim. And His Excellency, the CEO of Al Ahli Bank, Ammar Al Khdairi. Welcome. We shall start first with His Excellency Mohammed Al Jud'an. You asked me to wear the hat and not to be acting as the moderator, but they say that I sometimes wear my hat as a journalist, because most of the questions I'm not going to hesitate to wear the hat of the journalist here. A very important question we start with.
إذا في مايك وايرلس أو شيء لو سمحتوا.
Let me repeat the question one more time. From deficit over the past years to achieving a surplus. How has this been possible? First, thank you so much. And good morning to everyone here. And I would say first thanks be to the Almighty Allah. The journey was long and difficult. And to make a long story short, we can probably recall what we have mentioned about 5 years ago. A journey that started with the financial reforms program with a very important challenge. This time, 5 years ago, the deficit was about 15% of the national GDP. 15%. A big challenge. And over a number of years, we had to face that deficit and to withdraw over R1 trillion from our reserves, and also to borrow about 980 million riyals of debts to cover the deficit. That's a big and unsustainable deficit. You cannot continue to withdraw from your reserves, or they will be out. Debts, you will get to a level where it becomes also unsustainable. Therefore, the financial balance program aimed to reach a zero deficit. We were able to achieve zero deficit, and we have achieved a surplus. And in the press conference 2 days ago, one journalist asked that the surplus came because of the improved oil prices. And I would say, yes, we are happy with the oil prices. There's no shame in being blessed with resources that you efficiently invest in order to achieve financial sustainability. And we see the countries all around us and in the rest of the world, they do have resources, but they couldn't invest them with the same efficiency that we have invested our resources. And however, I think the most important factor is that over the past 5 years, we have achieved tremendous structural reforms. I will speak about a few, but eventually the revenues, the non-oil revenues covered only 10%. 10% of at the end of 2021. At the end of 21, when we have closed our books, the non-oil revenues were about 40%. What does that mean? It means your reliance on a revenue that comes from a fluctuating source is highly risky and dangerous. And that caused the deficit over the past years. Today, we have achieved a zero deficit into balance, and then we moved into the financial sustainability program, which aims to plan over long years. So now our planning is on 3 years basis, and sometimes more than that. The fulfillment projects are for 5 years, and some plans are 10 years based. So we make our agreements how things are going to be or expenses will be over the 10 years. And to achieve that, you have to separate between the revenue fluctuations and the stability of expenses. And we announced the figures of expenses of up to 2025. That's one. Two, and this is very important, I believe. Expenses or spending is based on strategies. And not only that on one agency approaching or applying for funding from the ministry with the negotiations. Now, if you need any expenses or if you need any spending which enhances your efficiency, you should have a strategy to be approved by the central government, and then we finance that strategy. I don't want to go into all these technical issues. Thank you, Mohammed. Before we move to the Minister of Economy, Your Excellency always spoke about items of the budget. Let us talk this time about the pillars of the budget. The citizen is a key pillar in the development, women enablement, enhancing the quality of life. To what extent, under the wise leadership of the kingdom and the directives that you receive from the custodian of the two holy mosques and the crown prince, you focus on these pillars? The Saudi citizen is the key player, and we have seen and we have heard His Excellency the Crown Prince's announcement here. He was very clear on that issue. For me, I would say that also very openly. I do not make a distinction between working for the government strategy and the sectorial strategies or the regional strategies, or working for the citizen. If you work for the state, then you are working for the citizen. However, and to give you a clear-cut answer, I think what happened in the past few years, we focused greatly on improving services for the kingdom, enhancing the efficiency of services provided to the citizens, and to benefit from every single real which we spent in order to enhance the quality of services and the revenue on that spent dollar. In 2021, there was great concern and focus in light of all the big fluctuations and changes and the COVID pandemic and the political and the tense political situation in Europe and the Ukrainian crisis and what happened, or the consequent problems in supply management. There was a keenness by the government to take preemptive steps. And I'm going to talk about 2 or 3 important things. The first one, the kingdom since 2021, and because of the preemptive measures or steps that we have taken in the government, has foreseen that the great support given by a number of countries to face the COVID is going to lead to inflation. And we have seen the symptoms of inflation in 2021. The kingdom was one of the leading or pioneering countries, I'm not going to say it's one of the leading countries in the world that took preemptive steps in order to curb and control inflation by setting a cap on energy prices in the kingdom. The key factor that led to inflation are the energy prices. They have skyrocketed and impacted all the supply chain management. The kingdom has taken that first step. It supported the oil, subsidized the oil prices, the energy prices. We spent billions of dollars to support Aramco in order to sell less or lower than the global price, so that we do not get infected by that inflation. 2, the 20 billion which was spent this year in order to provide subsidy and support for the social security or the citizens' accounts or the rural development and the control of the strategic reserves, and to make sure that we have sufficient strategic reserve. Because I repeat that it is highly important that when we talk about inflation, to link this to plenty. I think plentifulness is more important than improved or increased prices. It is not important that prices are low, but you do not have goods and commodities in the market. What is the use of having low prices but having nothing to buy for these low prices? Therefore, our strategy was exceptionally implemented to also provide food security. We provide financial subsidies for the businessmen in order to import all that they need despite any challenges, so that we can compensate those businessmen for any extra losses. Let me move to His Excellency the Minister of Planning and Economy. What the Minister of Finance said, that the Saudi economy is part of the global economy, and consequently it will be impacted and influenced by what happens in the world. Our economic strategy, how has it been successful in providing a an umbrella of protection for our citizens and our kingdom to protect them from the global inflation. Thank you very much. And before answering that, I think in relation to the citizen and in follow-up to the Minister of Finance, that since the citizen is the key player in the vision, and the objective of Vision 2013 itself is creating opportunity for the citizens. However, we will not be able to achieve all these goals without enabling and empowering the citizen. On the other hand, the Saudi people, the nation, or the average age of the Saudi people, 60% are under the age of 30, and 25% are, and 41% are under the age 25, which is a special opportunity to be invested to create a productive power in the future. We do not have any other alternatives other than empowering the citizen and creating opportunity. As for your question, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its economy are a great part and more part of the economic situation in the world. We are impacted by what happens, and we also impacted to a great extent. The budget and what we see in that budget, especially today, as mentioned by the Minister of Finance, is a budget of strategies that come from a preemptive solution, which is Vision 2030, based on strategies and goals which we have launched about 6 or 7 years ago. Our budget today sustains our implementation of these strategies, especially this a budget of strategies that helps us to fulfill our vision. In addition to that, part of the process, or what happened in the budget, is setting priorities that look at the impact of these priorities on the kingdom. And now we're trying to develop a system how we can measure the cost-benefit analysis. In addition to this, we can find a highly developed economic planning that aims to have a long-term vision. And this requires measuring the impact of policies and governance on the sectors that we target. Also, long-term economic planning coupled with the medium-term financial planning is a key success factor. Like the Minister of Finance said now, the general budget, or our budget, is somehow becoming more independent, especially in this stage where we are going to use our financial capabilities apart from the fluctuation of energy or oil prices. So despite these fluctuations, which we can see here and there, we can somehow keep or sustain our expenses and keep them at a certain level and develop our growth opportunities. This is in the short and medium term. In the medium term, the growth of the development funds and investment funds, in particular the PIF and the National Fund, they work now greatly on creating an economic ecosystem that enables the private sector. These two funds, to a great extent and so quickly, are becoming independent from the budget. Of course, they are somehow related in terms of the cost of public debt. However, the other constituent in the medium term and the transformation period is the role that these funds play, which is a result of the planning of Vision 2030. The third constituent is the private sector, which is in the short and medium terms, but it will be more visible and more seen in the long term. It is the main driver of the economy, and every strategy, please, in the sectors and the regions are about the support of the private sector in order to play a more leading role in leading the economic activity, so it becomes independent and becomes more oriented either towards internal spending or higher competitiveness in the global markets, which is a goal of Vision 2030. Here, Mr. Al Khudairi, there's a great interest in the private sector There are very clear strategies by the government to create this development partnership with the private sector. By looking at the figures of the budget, do these figures reflect and do these strategies reflect your aspirations in terms of as a private sector? Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. I think if we can look at some figures and some of the achievements which were made in 2022, I believe 2022 was exceptional if we compare the growth rates in the kingdom with the G20 countries or globally. It was a very exceptional year. We haven't seen any, they were unprecedented in fact, and we have achieved better growth rates, about 15 years or more. However, the key difference that in that era the growth was totally reliant on government spending. Now growth depends more directly on the growth of the private sector, and this is the key difference. Let me cite some figures here. In 2022, 500,000 jobs were created in the private sector, which represents 16% increase. This is in the private sector. 15 years ago, we were growing, but not at this rate at all. 100,000 real estate, subsidized real estate contracts. This is for the citizens and for the economic ecosystem. They have positive outcomes. About 700,000 women have entered the labor market, and this creates a growth in consumption, in the quality of life. 10% growth in the SMEs in only 1 year, and many, many other achievements. These achievements, I believe, as has been mentioned by their Excellency the Ministers, is the strategy that led to structural reforms, and these structural reforms resulted in policies which also yielded initiatives such as the funds and the other examples which started to yield their positive results in the growth and enablement of the private sector. Improving the ecosystem and its competitiveness are what we are witnessing today. This is beautiful and well documented. Your Excellency Al Jud'an, this partnership with the private sector calls for maybe the envy of other sectors. What is the secret of this support of the private sector? I think this is a very important question. And I would also ask another question, since you are not going to remove the journalist hat. I would say, who is the private sector and who is the citizens? The citizen, we know, but who is the private sector? We talk about the private sector as a figure, as an unknown figure. The private sector is the citizen. And even if the private sector was investing outside the kingdom, the private sector is also investing inside the kingdom. It is employing the citizens, providing the services to the citizens, providing all support to everyone. The private sector is the key mover, and we rely highly on the private sector in order to achieve a great percentage of the overall GDP, or the amount of production in the economy. The private sector is my son, your daughter, my sister, and your brother who start as entrepreneurs. The private sector are the SMEs. The private sector is SABIC and Aramco and Saudi STC, and I'm only naming those companies owned by the PIF. I'm not making any advertising here. These are organizations that where citizens invest in, or owned by citizens, that provide services to the citizens. It is our great concern in the government to enable the private sector, and this enablement has started to become a bit different from the past. This enablement has become by enhancing the structural reforms, by governance, by providing a legal ecosystem. For example, for us in the Ministry of Finance, we have improved our bidding system in order to increase the level of national content, because we need to enhance the ability of the private sector and its ability to grow. There is so much that I can speak about in relation to the private sector. The stability of the budget is important for the private sector. Therefore, we have started to publish in September of the fiscal year figures, our expectations of the budget, because the figures used to come late in December and form a surprise for the private sector. The private sector at that time, or by December of the fiscal year, has already completed or finished preparing their budgets for the next years. Therefore, we wanted to publish our preliminary statement in the Ministry of Finance early enough in September to give an opportunity to the private sector. We started to give clear signals that our planning is medium-term and long-term to allow the private sector to plan accordingly. As for the dues or payments, the biggest question that I used to receive from about 16, 17 up to 2019 are the dues of the private sector. Now I do rarely hear this question, because we created very clear policies to deal with that. They say, do not say the figure, because probably it might be exaggerate. 99 point something of the private sector revenue dues of the private sector were paid in 15 days, only in 2 weeks. And we are not trying to tell everyone that we are we are telling that I'm only saying that we are doing our job. What was the figure? Yes, it was 99 point something, because people may not believe, but the figures are there reasons. The rest was paid that you have to pay within 45 days. We started to pay within 15 days for 2 main reasons. First, because it is highly important to send very clear a message to the private sector that the government is not benefiting from holding their dues or not paying them. Also, with the increased rates, interest rates, if you pay within 15 days rather than 45 days, then you have made it easier for the, you have provided a better working capital for the private sector. And I think this has results for the government indirectly, because if payment was on time, then you reduce the costs for the government. We do not think about that when we sometimes we need not think about how that is negatively impacting the government when we delayed these payments. Therefore, there were so many initiatives that took place over not 2022, but building on what happened, to deal with the private sector as a partner in this journey. So I'm going to expand this, because we're going to talk about an integrated system and its relation to all these parts. But there are claims and strategies about the percentage of the participation of the private sector in the GDP. Where are we now, Your Excellency, Minister of Economy, and what do we expect in 2023 in terms of these goals? Like you have said in your first comment, the private sector is the strategic partner and the key player in developing our income sources. So it is important to support the private sector. The figure or the participation of the private sector before vision in the GDP was less than 40. Now we are 43 and probably a bit more. The goal is 65% by end of 2030. And this is something inevitable and has to be achieved for all the reasons that we have mentioned before. And I think part of the evidence of collaborating with the private sector is the direct communication we hold with them, understanding their needs and requirements. Not only this, but opening opportunities for the citizen, the investor, and the foreign investors to actively engage. And the private sector and the investors are in search of an institutional ecosystem. And we can say that all our efforts in building the capacities or the capability of the government agencies in the past years are aiming at creating that ecosystem that leads to a clarity in vision and governance and policies and the ability to read the future, which is what the private sector and the investor are looking for. In addition to this, part of the communication is measuring the impact of these measuring the impact of governance and structural reforms and the ability of agencies in implementing these reforms, and to make sure that the private sector is empowered and that any challenges faced by the private sector are efficiently dealt with. Maybe one of the key indicators of the role of the private sector and the growth of non-oil revenues or activities, they have grown in the second quarter by 8.2%, in the third quarter 6%, up to the third quarter from the beginning about 5.9%, which is one of the fastest rates of growth in non-oil sector activities compared to last year. And that's an evidence that spending on all these strategies and their integration with the policies and structural reforms that we see yielding positive results. We see that the economic growth is 8.5%. This is an evidence or part of the positive results as a result of the consistency in implementing the vision and reaching the goals. The fastest growing economy in the G20, that's a huge achievement. Mr. Al-Khudairi, there are strategies, partnerships, facilitations, improved payments, expedited permits, many strategies by the government to create partnership with the private sector. But the question is, are you able to cope with the government? I will talk first about the banking sector and its interaction with these reforms and this new economic ecosystem, and then we'll talk about the private sector in general. The banking sector, I think that we've seen in the past 4 decades an interaction, a positive interaction between the banking sector and the government plans and its objectives. As an example, the partnership between that was very successful and continues to be successful between the Industrial Development Fund and the banks, and how this partnership facilitated the growth of the industrial sector in the kingdom, either at big levels like petrochemicals, SABIC, and with small businesses. There was a very active partnership. The example that we have seen in the past 5 years and the partnership between the Real Estate Development Fund and the banks. We're speaking about 100,000 housing units that have been subsidized through this partnership. We're looking forward to a future with the fund that was recently established, or the SMEs Bank, that because we know that their ability to employ people in relation to the number of jobs for 1 million rial have become doubled or even more than doubled in big businesses. Globally, even the biggest economies in the world, the main supporter of employability is this number of, or this type of companies. So I'm very optimistic about this partnership with this program. As for the private sector partnership with outside the banks, then through my discussions and conversations with businessmen and investors, there's now an awareness of the changing economic ecosystem here, and there's a sense of enthusiasm for the new sectors which have started to result from these policies. The tourism sector, the food and beverage, the F&B sector, the growth is expedited. Other sectors such as the privatization. So now we start to see a determination that we need to cope with these changes. We're getting a little bit close to the end of the session, so we'll try to be a little bit fast. Your Excellency, Minister of Finance, we know that there will be shocks down the road. You cannot work with strategic plans without resilience in the face of these challenges. You said that your expectations are probably realistic, or that tend to be conservative or reserved. How do you deal with these shocks, for example, when it comes to global problems, wars, supply chain management holes, where we are not living in a vacuum? Thank you very much. Of course, the Saudi economy is part of the world. It impacts and it is impacted. Despite this, I think it is quite important not to give up and to take the measures that make us well protected. I will give some realistic examples that have taken place in order to clarify our potential in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the government, the private sector, and also the citizens and the residents. The pandemic is not far from us. We are still somehow suffering its impact. I think what happened during the pandemic is a clear-cut example of our transformation into a new stage, a very different level of excellent government work, as testified by everyone inside and outside the kingdom, either in terms of how we managed the crisis, the preemptive work, clear communication between the government and the private sector, communication inside the government, dealing with the pandemic was really excellent in all standards, including how we purely economically reacted, how we enabled the private sector, how we coordinated our fiscal and monetary policies, how we supported the SMEs, and so many other examples. That's one. Two, what happened during the past 12 or 16 months, and you notice I'm going to be a little bit fast here. What happened over the past 12 months and how the government took preemptive measures to put a cap on that, and how we also stepped in, shows a different perspective. Now we have a different way of looking at things. But I want to comment, but very, very briefly, on the answer by my brother, the Minister of Economy. The private sector, for a long time, in general, I'm saying in general, or a great majority of it, has been used to a certain way of doing business, where the government policies and government strategies in the past 5 years were a bit of a shock to the private sector. And we believe that that was a positive shock for the private sector. What was good about it, that the private sector responded very efficiently, even though it took some time, but they efficiently responded to this shock. So now we see commercial businesses that were reliant almost 100% on the real estate sector and the retail, and now we see these businesses are part of tourism, in industry, in privatization, in renewed energy. This is a very good omen. The private sector is still capable of coping with the changes, is coping, and it is not waiting for a direct support by the government, but it is looking at the future, and it deserves to be enabled and empowered. You are going, so if you would like to add more time, I'm very happy to do that. Mr. Al Ibrahim, do we have an Saudi economy, a resilient, lively, interactive economy that is capable of facing the challenges in the medium term? Before I answer your question, I would like to comment on the private sector, that we have witnessed other examples. A growth in private investment by 27% till the end of the third quarter this year. A growth in the industrial sector by 8%, mining 6%, the logistical sector 5+%. And this is evidence of the growth of the private sector. In addition, one of the tendencies is to provide data. The data systems, either the statistical or the records, are integrated and sharing data more transparently and quickly to support the decisions by the private sector. This is only the beginning of the journey, and probably the key message relating to the private sector and what has been mentioned by the Minister of Finance and the government, and how they deal with the requirements of the private sector and the changes in the global economy, are a reliable long-term partnership. And I think this incentivizes and motivates the private sector currently and the new private sector and that will be coming to continue to work in the economy and contribute to our economy. In relation to your question about a resilient economy, yes, I believe we do have a stronger and more resilient economy that aims to enhance the economy to become more independent and less reliant on the price of a certain commodity. We have seen in 2022 5.8% of non-oil revenues. The growth is 10.2%, and there's probably an opportunity for a greater growth of the economy. Not only in response to local or internal challenges, probably we shed light on this in the ability to read the future and then take preemptive measures, but the kingdom has always played a key role in the global economy today, and as a result of Vision 2030, and because we know that it takes deeper and greater strategic partnerships and better communication, the kingdom is now communicating with the world more efficiently. Over the past 7 years, we have achieved great successes, but we have learned so much that enabled us to understand the third world, for example, better, understand the challenges witnessed by the first world also, and makes us capable of influencing and even take preemptive steps and to be able to avoid certain challenges. One of the examples is probably the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince regarding the Saudi Green Initiative. 2 years ago, people were asking, where is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of the ecological problems? Now, we are an example in terms of the pragmatic and responsible energy shift and fighting the GHG. In 2 years, by figures and facts, we can prove this. the role of the government and the Ministry of Finance, as has been mentioned in the discussions with the IMF and the World Bank, and also the collaboration in this field makes us not only internally as economy capable of facing these challenges, but as a government in general and management, we can or we engage in the key players globally, and we can also preempt the challenges highly efficiently. A last question to His Excellency Al Khudairi. We have a resilient economy, a strong economy that can face the challenges. Do we have a private sector with the same characteristics? Because we've seen in the past years the collapse of economic empires in the private sector because they were unable to cope with the changes and what was taking place. Do you have that resilience to survive? Every economy in the world witnesses change, and if you carefully read global economic trends and see what are the largest 20 big corporations in America 20 years ago and today, we found about 10 or 12 have been changed. Also in Europe, also in Japan, also in... So the global economy is evolving and changing and developing. And this development has a tendency or a trend. Here it is because of the reforms that makes our change faster than what happens in other countries. Therefore, we find that the fall and rise of some companies, I'm not going to name any, we have companies that are that have global impact that did not exist 10 years ago. This rise and fall could be at a faster pace compared to other countries because of these fast changes that we are witnessing. However, here I want to say that this is a challenge and an opportunity at the same time. There are new sectors that have first mover advantage. They have new blue skies. For example, in the ecological sector, the green energy. These are great opportunities. So for the big businesses, yes, they do have businesses that have witnessed falls or and they might sometimes disappear. And we have seen that in many countries in the world. For example, the steel industry in America, what has happened there? There are industries that may not be right to be, that they belong to another third world countries. They existed here because of less costs. They are costly to the government, and yes, they are profitable to the company, but costly to the government. So this is the change that we have witnessed. I was supposed to have questions by the journalists, but because I have worn the hat of the journalist, I have taken all these questions. But let me conclude here by one important word. I am very optimistic of what happened in 2022, and I'm very optimistic even more in the future. Muhammad Al-Jad'an. So we share your optimism, Your Excellency, and please allow me at the end of the session to thank Their Excellencies, the participants, His Excellency Muhammad bin Abdullah Al-Jad'an, and also thanks to the Minister of Planning, Faisal Al-Ibrahim, and thanks to His Excellency's CEO of SNB, Ammar bin Abdul Wahid Al-Khudairi. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to this session.
تنمي إيراداتها وتحافظ على ثرواتها وتنميها وتحرص على استدامتها لأجيال المستقبل. فالمملكة هي حجر الزاوية لتأمين الطاقة الموثوقة للعالم. لمستقبل منخفض الكربون وفي سعي دؤوب لتحقيق طموح الوصول للحياد الكربوني الصفري بإذن الله تعالى. بحلول عام 2060 أطلقت المملكة مبادرات تحسين كفاءة استهلاك الطاقة ودعمت الجهود الجماعية للتصدي لتحدي تغير المناخ وخفض انبعاثات الكربون استجابة لمبادرات السعودية الخضراء والشرق الأوسط الأخضر، لتتبوأ بلادنا المركز الأول عالميا في مؤشر نمو إنتاج الطاقة المتجددة، والأولى عربيا في مؤشر جاهزية التقاط الكربون وتخزينه، والأولى عربيا في مؤشر نمو خفض الانبعاثات. ومن بشائر استراتيجية منظومة الطاقة الإعلان عن تطوير حقل الجافورة للغاز غير التقليدي الذي سيجعل المملكة بإذن الله واحدة من أكبر منتجي الغاز الطبيعي في العالم، وسيسهم في إنتاج نصف احتياجاتها من الطاقة الكهربائية من الغاز وتوليد النصف الآخر من مصادر الطاقة المتجددة. وتمضي منظومة الطاقة بثبات ورسوخ تعلي من المصلحة الوطنية وتستشعر المسؤوليات والالتزامات الدولية، هدفها الدائم توفير إمدادات مستدامة وموثوقة في أسواق تتسم بالتوازن والاستقرار لتلبي احتياجات الملايين من البشر حول العالم. جهود عظيمة بتوجيهات من قيادة رشيدة يستمد الوطن طاقته منها لمستقبل أكثر ازدهاراً وإشراقاً.
السيدات والسادة
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the second session, a sustainable energy, and we invite here we would like to invite His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy, Mr. Mohammed Abu Nayyan, CEO of Aqua Power, and His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Judani, Vice President, Saudi Aramco, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. We will start the session now about sustainable energy, headed by His Royal Highness the Minister of Energy, and also with Mr. Mohammed Abu Nayyan, the CEO of Aqua Power. Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, we will start first by asking about the market, the prices. How do you describe the situation in 2022? It's good that you talked about the market, so I'm going to talk about the dates market in Breda, for example. You didn't name the oil market. I think any market is going to be part of the supply and demand fundamentals, but the first question, Your Highness, about prices, how do you describe 2022 and the steps of the kingdom led by OPEC and its key role, and the previous measures that were used to be taken in order to prepare the scene, and also the OPEC Plus agreement. And from this question, we will move to another question. How do you see the energy market in 2023 and its role in the budget, either in the national economy or the global economy? Of course, with the participation of Mr. Mohammed Abu Nayyan in the answer. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone here at CAPSARC. I have been blessed to be the head of board of trustees of CAPSARC, and I believe it is thanks to all my brothers and sisters here has shifted fundamentally in terms of its strategies. One of that is to have to host such big events such as this one. The collective effort of the OPEC Plus is the achiever of what we call a miracle, especially in 2022. I want to remind the colleagues and our viewers of how we were in April 2022 and how we moved from that critical period to where we stand today, and with the overall challenges that we have faced over the past few years, such as the sharp fluctuations in markets. And as organizers, which is what we aim at OPEC Plus, to be regulators of the market, the same as those who are in the banking sector, that what we care for is to alleviate these fluctuations as best as possible, because there's no better service to the oil energy sector than to have a future vision more stable and less fluctuating, less volatility, which enhances the opportunities of investment and allowing the sector to be more sustainable in the long terms, and to have a transparent and clear future vision to enhance sustainability. Collective work necessitates agreement, and therefore it is quite fundamental. I have always been and will always insist on giving every member state of the OPEC Plus, whether they were small or big, to have the right to be part of the decision making. And this has helped us to a great extent from the beginning till this moment, that we are going to enhance our economy in this ecosystem amongst ourselves as member states and the participants or the members of OPEC Plus. There's nothing worse than to restrict the issue to a small club of the big players and the others become voiceless or maybe valueless. So even if when we look at the production volumes of countries, but it enhanced the concept of this collective work and the agreement among all the member states. And this agreement has positive results for the market. 23 countries, their overall production represents about 3 million barrels. The great part is for export, and their share in the world as in terms of export is quite high. And this is what you are aiming at, because the local prices are not part of the game, but what is dealt with, the prices in the global market are the key factor. And the presence in these global market is also a key factor. With all the challenges that we have seen, and some were negative in terms of low demand and the recession, or the closures with COVID, to a state which is quite different in 2022, which is mostly political in nature, and also some outcomes of COVID in one point, which is China, and the emanating political results in terms of the situation in Ukraine and its repercussions. All are political in nature, and the results in terms of measures, either by all members or by all parties. It was a little bit chaotic, probably, as we have seen. And now it is facing so many challenges, because the political movement with political aims, but this is a practice of a new way of dealing with policies, not economic, because the outcomes could be negative, economically speaking, or become a reason to create more uncertainty, either in the global economy collectively or the energy markets as well. What I want to say, finally, that in all these stages, up to this moment, we were able in OPEC Plus to deal and cope with all these changes, even though they look a bit more challenging today because of the diversity. And I'm saying that exclusively not to give an uncertainty or to create a sense of negativity or depression for what we probably can do. But until now, and even though we can see the symptoms of the openness of the Chinese economy because they've changed their zero carbon policies, but it takes time. There will be closures and openings, such as happened in the rest of the world. The global economy in the world, which is an outcome of excessive activity by some central banks to provide cash in order to handle the COVID situation, and the interest rates, which came rather late, and because they were dealt with in a late way, they resulted in more greater impact. The central banks now are controlled by the tendencies to curb inflation, no matter how that costs, and these will have negative impacts on the growth of global economies. So now, in addition to the situation in terms of embargoes, price caps, did not yield their outcomes clearly. These measures were only implemented on the 5th of December, and we can now see a certain uncertainty in practices. There are many measures which have not been verified, and it will continue to change or be modified in line with the political will, which comes from these tools were created for political reasons. So how far they can fulfill these political goals has a dimension which is not yet clear. Also, the reaction by the other party and what they can how they can actually move, and whether this is going to be reflective of what the third party done with gas. Will the practices in oil be different or similar? That's another story. in everything that we did, and that's what I want to focus on, and I want everyone to, in light of transparency, and for everyone who is hearing us from outside this hall and outside the country, OPEC Plus is working based on a mechanism from a pure economic perspective. We are not political, and we are not parts of any alliances, and we have no intention in the future to make any move except from the perspective of the market and pure economics. And the best example is what the OPEC Plus did on the 5th of October. With all of these pressures that have started since August, and I want our followers to revise my statement on the 23rd of August, where I emphasized some key aspects of the work of OPEC Plus, where I also emphasize that the OPEC Plus will continue to pursue its work in line with its economic perspective, what it did and what it will do also in restabilizing the market bears in mind all the current situation and what are our expectations at OPEC Plus. What happened in September and the early October was a process of two perspectives. One perspective controlled by by politics to some extent, and the exaggerations as what happened in the past. And I want to remind everyone, at the beginning of the Ukrainian crisis, there were those who said that the Russian production will be about 3 million. So where are those 3 million? They're not there. 3 million. Others said that in September that the demand, this is wrong, and so on and so forth. Where are we now? Who made a mistake? We in OPEC Plus or others? All of these factors came to enhance the reliability of our decision in OPEC Plus, the validity of our decision. And what was said recently in the Financial Times, and I've asked Mr. Faisal and other colleagues here, I want everyone here to look at that. The Financial Times said that OPEC Plus is a shrewd organization in taking decisions. Financial Times, Wall Street, and other majors. Look at what they said in September and October, and look what they're writing and saying now. This doesn't change our focus on the economic aspect, and if we bear that into consideration, and if we also bear in mind everything that we are changing in terms of challenges faced by the OPEC Plus over the past last quarter, calls for not thinking of OPEC Plus that it will change its policies, its ways of work, its tendency, and its future keenness over the next few years on sustaining the market, preserving the market in the first and the last considerations. Facing the challenges, yes, but I want to remind everyone and I want to assure everyone that as we did handle greater challenges in even more adverse situations, or even for either economic or for political aspects, we will never hesitate to deal with the situation in the market in a way that preserves our ability to implement our programs, and that's quite important. We still have programs and we still have a vision, and we should not forget that the vision has KPIs, has goals, has visions, and it has thousands of people who are working in the public and private sectors working to fulfill these goals and objectives. And that by itself is another challenge, that even in the energy sector we had that concern. However, we had greater goals that make us even more keen on coordinating between maintaining the revenues and the global markets, and our also keenness not to forget about our internal situation here, which I would like to talk about. Your Royal Highness, you spoke about 2020 as a very difficult year, fluctuating politically, economically. The question is, how do you see the budget of the balance between production and the eco programs, the process of extraction of CO2, and how do you see the balance? And how are these programs going to take place, and what is the plan in 2023 and in 2024, and what are the key, let me say, the government policies about the incentives for the private sector to take the initiative and lead such projects?
من 3 سنوات وشوي ما في مجال.
3 years ago, and I'm sure that most of you guys here, that 3 years ago there was no chance to let go of your programs. For 3 years in the in the energy sector, we had a legacy, an inheritance, a legacy in the electricity and gas sector. Let me say that there were some deformities, and there was this type of self-criticism, and we needed that. We needed to have the dialogue with ourselves and criticize ourselves and reflect on the situation and deal with it without any fears or hesitation. These deformities have been dealt with our colleagues. I would like to thank him and also the colleagues in the Ministry of Finance in handling the electricity sector and the infrastructure and the financial ecosystem they worked within. The energy mix program is now being implemented. How can we have a high capacity of gas production, but we have no ability to transport it to the areas of consumption? So I don't know any problem of deformity. We have great production, but very poor ways of consumption. The energy mix, I wouldn't say that if you want to understand our energy policies, you should do a little bit of research to learn about the circular economy, and then you will find that the kingdom is implementing all the constituents of the 4 constituents of the carbon circular economy. And I would like to let my colleague Mohammed to speak about some aspects which he knows either about electricity or what we are going to do in the energy mix, because it is important to understand that we want to, yes, use oil, gas. We want to use these other sources of energy that we have high competitiveness in, and we want to take initiatives in providing the future hydrogen energy. And we also have the ability to make us more capable of becoming the largest or biggest oil energy, green and blue hydrogen exporters. This is a blessing by God. It will be a shame for us not to invest it and to enhance or maximize our investment of it as tools to develop our diversified sources of income. We have technical capacities to turn oil into petrochemical products. If we do not take the initiative, then who should? We have the potential to turn renewed energy into hydrogen, and we do possess the ability that we are the country that has the least cost to produce that energy. I don't want to take so much from my colleagues, and I would like him to follow up and take that point. Thank you, Your Highness. I believe that what we have witnessed in the private sector, with your permission, we have witnessed a quality step in changing. There's a clear strategy, there's a public strategy with specific goals and very precise mechanisms which are potentially created with the participation of the private sector. What we see in the renewed energy today is a great step forward in the kingdom. And with your permission, I'm talking about my company, but Aqua Power was dealing with renewed energy outside the kingdom. We only came to the kingdom to create projects over the last 3 past years. We witness now a shift not in the partnership model or the work model, but probably you have heard and you have seen that what His Royal Highness has mentioned, that for example in Shuaibah 3, Shuaibah 3 burns 62,000 barrels a day of light oil. It produces 900,000 megawatts of electricity and produces 880,000 cubic meters of desalinated water. Now, in 2025, it will be zero, the use of oil to produce not electricity or desalination. A conversion is going to be very clear. The contracts have been signed. The construction has started. So these are not programs. We're talking about programs or plans or no. The advantage of implementation that by 2027 we will be using 0%, that the renewed energy will be 50%.
Which is produced from renewable energy, and this will create a big thing. This program, as is referred to by His Royal Highness, has been launched by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, the renewable energy strategy, not the mistakes that we made in the past. And I can say also, frankly speaking, first the private sector was not contributing in production. Now it is changed. Long time as of 2009 and 2010 suspended, then came as quicker as such. What we're speaking about today will be producing, as His Royal Highness said, a cost, an economic cost in a much large scale. As His Royal Highness said, our own cost for the production of renewable energy is much less, or even the least across the world, and this has not been done because we have wind or land or solar system, because the model or the business model and the launch of the strategy and the organization from the main provider, not because His Royal Highness is around, Bufaisal, restructuring of the entire system. Now the way of assessment, the way of cost, the name of financing, how finances are looking into the quality issues and the risk issues in terms of payment, in terms of everything. So we have a holistic restructuring, and then we can of course produce the least in terms of cost, in terms of the renewable energy, hopefully. As for green hydrogen referred to by His Royal Highness, today we're speaking about Germany. Just Germany, 100 million tons of green energy, green hydrogen, up to 50 to 100 to 2050. So many countries do need such kind of energy. Big challenges there, but Abu Faisal and His Royal Highness always would support us. We don't want to give like money to the private sector to make more profits, but at the end of the day, there are other countries in the States, in America, that produced a program that to motivate hydrogen, renewable energy. Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to give subsidies to, they don't like this, of course, but again, at the end of the day, this is something that will come into play into the program, to have production, then transfer or transmission, and also distribution. As Your Royal Highness said, that we will be leading not just across the world in terms of the oil production. Now also we'll be doing the gas, and we'll be able to produce across the world for the green energy. I would say green energy. I don't want him to be upset with me that we call it clean energy, not green energy, because we want to be very specific. Again, what we're seeing is that to enhance the local content in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we had the electricity sector looking into the local content, not because His Royalness is around, but we have a clear-cut system for the local content where we'll be producing here, we'll bring the technologies and will export technologies and renewable energy, and the private sector will be success partners, not just a public investment fund, but also the private sector will be a key contributor. And also these are our own targets today. Speed in terms of the implementation of programs, that this has started a little slow method, because the system or ecosystem was not ready in terms of the land, in terms of the purchase, the structure of the electricity company. All these issues have been solved, so the launch will be bigger, faster, and more influential. And we're speaking here about a big number of billions. So many opportunities have come into play. So we have services, different services for the small, medium, and large sectors. We have different products, different contracting, different manufacturing and production as well. So what we're saying here for the private sector, Your Royal Highness, because pay attention to us, because the private sector also wants to feel that the government wants to be a regulator rather than operator. And sometimes they say that you don't know whether the government is operator or regulator. So please be easy, be soft, and the investor and the operator should be on the private sector, and you will see us champions in the arena. So also local investors will be very much confident in the Vision 2030 and in the capacities and capabilities as referred to by His Royal Highness, not the mechanism, not the programs, and not the strategies, but we say it clearly, not because there are people in charge are around. We have seen the government sector working and firing on all cylinders here, so we are following suit, and we are of course very much confident and proud that we are following them, and will be also their own success partners. Your Royal Highness, we are about to conclude. I'm sorry, I probably overstayed and took my time. Mohammed, praise and criticize, praise and criticize. As the government, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister is #1 supporter for Sharik program, and also for Hawafiz or incentives and subsidies program, and also because you are the head of the board of directors of Jusr, which is one of the biggest programs, and a lot of chemicals, a lot of other issues and the products. A lot of things what you've said is all true. Yes, true. We as energy sector, we believe that there should be a separation between a regulator and operator. So it is very important not to be operator and regulator. This has been done, of course, in terms of Aramco, or practice in Aramco and SABIC as well, and also what has been done in terms of the restructuring of the electricity sector. I'll cite you one example. The key buyer, first, the regulator of electricity was not as operator. It was rather for the electricity, not a regulator for the electricity company. Also, the key purchaser was to buy electricity from the company, not from Aqua and other companies. How come this company is owned by a company in front of the electricity company competitors. I didn't understand this. That is why we may move it to be owned by the government, because this is very much important, because it should be, or it can be the most, or it should benefit most from this. That is why it will buy from Aqua or EDF or the electricity company, no matter which where and electricity can be produced or generated. So we wouldn't be able to do so unless otherwise we restructured. We have restructured the electricity sector and the nuclear energy sector that has been there for about 11 years, that where, of course, where things cannot be done by wishes and desires. We have to put efforts into action. We have now a company that has nuclear piles, and we have also a clear-cut vision in the King Abdullah for renewable energy and nuclear energy to be responsible for the development of the human resources and the different technologies we use in the nuclear energy or the renewable and nuclear energy. We have also the Ministry of Energy that should be the policy maker and the one following up for the different policies, decision making, and other issues relating to the gas and petrol. And also we didn't have clear-cut organization for the management of the petrol products locally. Now we have a system, ecosystem actually. We didn't have an ecosystem for the distribution of petrol and petrochemical and petrol products in terms of the follow-up of the gas station and all the issues around them and the suspicions. Now we have close cooperation and coordination with all the relevant entities that have regulatory roles. We also, based on the system, and the gas distribution will also be made available for the private sector. This was not the case in the past. It was one company that was the main champion in this sector. Now this will be made available to other companies, and this border will be no longer there. We have also different activities for the renewable energy, and we have such a big part of this for the fund, and also for the a part for the competitiveness, and whether locally or abroad, or locally or globally, because this is a good thing that to better understand cost and the price. And also we have additional trends relating to also privatization of gas and energy from the traditional method, which is privatization of gas, into privatization of energy. As an energy user, it doesn't mean whether you privatize it diesel or benzene or whatever. What I want is, I want energy for my factory to be supporting me in for my competitiveness. So it is very important. It is important also to develop tools that can help to provide energy for certain producers, to give some incentives for the producers for certain kind of industries that need low cost energy, because it is the one that attracts industries here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are still developing different tools because we need also to enhance the reliability of the consumer or the user in the ecosystem. With this in mind, the Ministry, the Authority of Electricity and the Nuclear Safety Authority will be having different branch offices across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in line with the consumer. The recent crisis that Jeddah has experienced because of the floods, I believe, for those who would like to follow up or to better understand this, look at the social media channels and how interactive the Electricity Authority with the consumers authority, how we are in the past and now. Emergency centers have been made available across all authorities or ministries for all, and each ministry branch offices, and also to protect consumers relating to clean diesel, benzene, and the gas station in one way or another. Also to provide the different to provide the different energy products. We have the great leap that will be made in electricity sector, how the electricity sector will be developed and modern, and also the transfer and distribution of electricity is old-fashioned. So the biggest investment to be implemented or being implemented in electricity is transfer and distribution of electricity, because without you make great leaps, you will not be able to respond to making this great leaps. So what I was saying is, before we come to conclusion, is again I'd like to repeat, we will not change the focus and the care of these issues and aspects, because they will take us into better future, more developing and more growing future, better economies. We will not turn a blind eye here in the energy sector. We are enabling sector actually. So that is why we have to provide cost values, and we also have to continue to provide the petrochemicals that will help us to produce different industries. Things that is not there, that we cannot speak of, as Mr. Mohammed said already, the government business model has changed. The traditional prototype of the government organization structure is not there. I don't know any kind of activity as Minister of Energy. We cannot see, at least we have to see like 12 to 13, 9, 10 entities that we have to work with. Now in front of me there are 5, 6 ministers, which means that I cannot implement my activities unless otherwise I communicate with them. So we have started working on this, of course, based on ecosystems, and now this business model has been widely spread across the kingdom, because you will not be able to do anything without being able to work collectively. Also in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia this year, 12 entities follow up stations and plants for one entity that is collectively done. And I visited also the first station by some workers. When they saw 12 cars, they started like taking a lot of care, because why? Because now not just one entity, Ministry of Energy, MOMRA, Civil Defense, Islamic Affairs, Ministry of Transport, different ministries and Ministry of Energy, all have come, all in their cars, to check this. Over 3 months we have made different inspection visits, and we found different things that we really felt very sorry for this. These stations in such a great country of high value, they should be like model to follow. And beyond a shadow of doubt, I emphasize again, the main challenge for us is that we have to strike a balance. We have to maintain our own income resources and sources, and no matter how much we have, no matter how impact we experience at the end of the day, because we need to implement, we need to be keen and very much committed to implement our national objectives and goals. So I don't see that there is any kind of leadership that is hesitant or reluctant to follow up this kind of business model to reach up our objectives in 2030. Your Royal Highness, this session is over. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Also, Mr. Mohammed, if we have 1 minute to 2 minutes, if we can speak of it, just minutes, please, Mohammed. Your Royal Highness, in restructuring electricity company, now we have seen it on the horizon, and in reality, now we are now in the electricity transport. It is a very important method to enhance efficiency between the buyer, the purchaser, and the industrial sector or other sectors, in order to choose it to enhance efficiency and also to reduce the cost, and also to use the green energy and the clean energy in order to enhance their product, because there is a kind of global demand on green products. The question is, Your Royal Highness, how the private sector, businesses and institutions and investors can benefit from the generation and or the establishment of such a green energy stations, and how can the private sector benefit from this kind of to produce green products? If I take a little more time, but first of all, we take the same language. It is green energy, it is clean energy. Even petrol and gas, through being stored and bio, and also we don't distinguish between a green and a blue. We call it a clean hydrogen. Even in our working language also we speak about clean energy. Clean energy, which means to reduce emission or gas emission. As for the transport sector, it's not like strong transport. It is semi-transport, wheeling and non-wheeling. It's in between. It's not distribution and it's not transport or wheeling. It's in between. It is being discussed now. But we also have in Jubail and Yanbu, we have good experiences. We have some industrial cities, like they have good experiences. We need to develop them within a framework that is accepted. But again, we have to take this into consideration. Now, we are not speaking about the wheeling sector for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or transport sector. We also have like big targets for export. We have also a strategy for the export. You know this, Muhammad. We have another dimension, which is exporting hydrogen or electricity through exporting it as hydrogen. So our target is so bigger and more comprehensive, more holistic in terms of providing electricity as energy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You may be surprised. Our own targets in electricity sector are bigger, are double, even more than double. I am pretty sure that it is more than double than can be used here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry for taking much time. Thank you so much. This session is over.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نشكر لكم بقاءكم على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الجلسة الثالثة بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
وتوجس من كل ما هو آت، وبلادنا ترفع رأسها إلى الغد لتبصر مساحات خضراء شاسعة يسير في دفئها الإنسان مزهوا ببلاده سعيدا بها. تمكنت المملكة بفضل الله تعالى من إدارة التحديات، واتخذت منها حافزا للمزيد من التقدم والازدهار. فأطلقت البرامج والمشاريع لتحسين الخدمات الأساسية وجودة الحياة، وواصلت النهوض ببنيتها التحتية الشاملة ليرتفع تصنيف المملكة عالميا في البنية التحتية إلى المرتبة السابعة. واستمرت في توفير خيارات سكنية منوعة لمئات الآلاف من العائلات، وأطلقت المبادرات لتعظيم الاستفادة من ممرات المشاة والجسور وشبكات الطرق، وتطوير مرافق جودة الحياة والمساحات الخضراء، وتقليل نسب التشوه البصري، وتحديد معالم الهوية العمرانية، لتغدو درة خضراء مضيئة يعيش فيها الإنسان صديقا لبيئته، ينعم بالرخاء والنماء. ولأن الإنسان هو الركيزة الأساسية لبناء الدول، فقد اعتنت المملكة بتأهيل وتمكين أبنائها وبناتها لخوض غمار ملحمة التنمية، وتمكنت بفضل الله من خفض معدلات البطالة إلى أدنى مستوى تاريخي لها. وفي وطن يعتني بالإنسان ويسعى للحفاظ على سلامته أولا، حرصت المملكة على توسيع نطاق الرعاية الصحية ورفع جودة الخدمات الطبية النوعية، بتعزيز الاستثمار في المنشآت الصحية والكوادر الطبية المتميزة، وتفعيل نظام الذكاء الاصطناعي في العديد من المجالات الطبية، وإطلاق التطبيقات الإلكترونية التي تقدم أكثر من 30 خدمة لأكثر من 26 مليون مستخدم، وزيادة العيادات الافتراضية لتخدم أكثر من 4 ملايين مستفيد، والتوسع في إنشاء المستشفيات والمراكز الطبية والعيادات المتنقلة لتكون قريبة من المواطن والمقيم في المناطق الطرفية. إنجازات وطن طموح برؤية استراتيجية واضحة وهمة تجعل المستحيل ممكنا، يعيش فيه الإنسان حياة يسورها الأمان وتركض في فضائها الطموحات العظيمة.
حضورنا الكرام، نجدد ترحيبنا بكم في جلسة الحوار الثالثة بعنوان الخدمات الأساسية في ظل التحول الوطني. ويدير هذه الجلسة الإعلامي السعودي الأستاذ جمال المعيقل. Our valued non-Arabic speaking guest.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the third session of the Budget Forum, which will be on basic services in light of the national transformation. About the nature of this transformation and its positive outcomes, we will speak in this session. And here I would like, on your behalf, to welcome our speakers. His Excellency Majid Al Hugail, the Minister of Rural Affairs and of Housing. His Excellency Fahd Al Jalajah, the Minister of Health. His Excellency Mohammed Al Bati, the CEO of the National Housing Company. And His Excellency Fahd Al Shibls, the CEO of Nupco Company. One more time, welcome everyone, our panelists, and also welcome to our guests. First, with Your Excellency Majid Al Hugail and the achievements by the Housing Ministry. There's a great link today between basic services and the national transformation which we witness. I would like to know the most important achievements by the Ministry in 2022 and your most important goals in 23. First of all, in the name of Allah and peace be upon His Prophet, first of all, I want to congratulate myself and all the Saudi people on the approval of the budget, and I would also express my appreciation to the custodian of the two holy mosques for this budget, which we call a continuation of the achievements which have started through the Vision 2030. And thanks to the Almighty, the things that we have seen as of the support is being felt in different sectors. In the housing and municipal sectors, we have 3 KPIs through which we work. The first is how we enhance or improve the services provided to the tenants, inhabitants. The second KPI is improving the urban scene in the kingdom, and the third is enhancing the ownership percentage in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And thank God, the 3 KPIs were the foundation of this budget in 23. As for the urban scene, we spoke last year at the Budget Forum 22. We were keen on the urban scene to start to improve the basic services such as the quality of roads, creating parks and public spaces, removing all the urban deformities, and we are also looking at the codes. In addition to the infrastructure, such as the rainwater drainage, the budget gave this aspect a great care and attention in line with what has been achieved last year. And we started to see the enhanced quality of services. We were looking at how through 800 meters to allow each citizen to have a small park. So we covered 23%, and we continue to offer over 500 parks this year. As for the rainwater, a budget has been allocated, and a study was created about how we can reduce these impact, and how we can enhance the efficiency of dealing with rainwater. As for housing, we were capable at the beginning of the housing program, we serviced 1.4 million families. The ownership percentage is going as planned, and will target next year to offer 1 million and probably increase 1% the ownership percentage. We started with the support of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince to support the housing ministry with lands in the areas that witness increased real estate prices beyond the purchasing power of citizens. Over 300,000 will be in the kingdom, but the focus will be in the areas that witnessed higher real estate prices that burdened the citizens, so that we can stay at the level that we are targeting. As for the most needy housing families, in collaboration with over 350 organizations, we were able to produce and give 30,000 units to the most needy families to reach higher percentages this year and next year. That's very motivating. Mr. Fahad, when we talk about national transformation, it leads us to something important, which is in the health sector. We see an advancement in the health sector, but I want to focus where did the ministry has achieved, and where we talk about the achievements of 2022 and the targets in 2023. First, congratulations to the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince, this budget. And we can see in the health sector, in the health of man in all aspects. We have witnessed that during the COVID-19 situation, and the budget and the great support that is received by the health sector in the kingdom. In 2022, we witnessed a quality and historical move by establishing this improvement with the approval to establish a holding company to provide health services through groups and to establish the National Insurance Center to finance these services, and segregating the regulator and the service provider and the financier. The discussion that was in the previous session about the importance providing services and separating the service provider with the legislator. So we have made the medication in the hands of some other companies. So all the logistical services, medical services are provided by NEPCO, which is a company with us and we're proud of. By separating the regulator and the subsidizer and the service provider, which was made necessary to transform all the companies into the health holding company owned by the company, and to transfer all these budgets to the national center. This enhances the process of separation so that it becomes more efficient and more responding to the needs of the citizens to a great extent. The year 2022 inaugurated 88 health organizations in all the regions in the kingdom, starting with the Jazan Public Hospital and the specialized cancer centers in different regions of the kingdom. In 2023, we will continue also this plan with a number of hospitals that will be established and will be opened in 2023. The budget of 2023 included also a continuation of projects that were facing challenges in the past few years, and we will continue these projects. In terms of services or health services, it was quite important in 2022 to enhance or increase the number of tests for the newborns of hereditary diseases to reach 21. And in order to show this importance, the 21 hereditary diseases, the best health systems may not reach to testing 21 hereditary diseases at birth. However, our government were very keen to do this preemptive test to discover them at the very first days of the newborn, because it has a huge impact on alleviating any health issues such as death or learning difficulties or growth difficulties. If these tests were not done for the newborns, they will be only discovered at later stages, or when the kids are at a later stage, or when they start speaking or learning or going to school. And the impact of the lives of those children and the citizens is very high, and it will enhance the quality of life and health of the Saudi citizens. So by increasing the number to 21 tests, it allows us to interfere in the very first days, where neither the parents nor the child will feel the impact if we have that early intervention. That early intervention might have, of course, side effects, and if we are very happy to see that taking place. We are, on the other hand, giving utmost care to health. I'm very happy to announce that in 2022, in the programs of the early breast cancer test, the outcomes were very amazing. In 2022, we started to reach to the early prevention for the women to 70% early intervention. Previously, it didn't reach 40%. So discovering cancer quite early, breast cancer quite early in the very early stages, allows us to interfere early. The quality of life of the woman is better, and it reflects to us the awareness and the in terms of the early intervention. And this is an opportunity to motivate all our sisters to do preemptive tests and to achieve a greater impact for their quality of their lives. In 2023, we're looking at a number of initiatives, including the initiatives of the modern healthcare system, especially in saving lives and heart attacks. For example, this has been made across the kingdom, and we will continue that in 2023, in addition to care, which is discovering the cases of the early brain clots and with the Red Crescent, and to take fast and speedy intervention for a better quality of life. We are looking at a very healthy society in 2023 and to enhance the quality of life for citizens. Let me move to Mr. Mohammed Al-Buti, and probably we're still talking at the same about the national transformation, but I would like to ask about The National Housing Company, it's a company created by the government, the first real estate company under the Ministry of Municipal and Rural and Housing Affairs. Could you shed some more lights, please, Mr. Mohammed, on the role of this company in creating developed real estate industry, providing real estate solutions to the citizens, please? Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, and peace be upon you all. First, congratulations to the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince, the budget of 2023 approval. And we pray that it becomes a continuation of greater development and progress and prosperity for this homeland. And I'm very happy to be here with their excellencies of two ministers who are leading very key ecosystems that provide basic services for the citizens and residents in the kingdom, to shed light on the integration between all the government agencies and the private sector. And the example that we have here, that I and my colleagues, Mr. Fahad, are present with you here in this panel, side by side with their excellencies. It shows the great role played by the private sector and the serious government willingness to enable the private sector to be a sustainability contributor and enhance the quality of services to the citizens. The National Housing Company was established by a royal decree to be an investment arm of the Ministry of Housing. And it is an initiative by the housing program that aims mainly to be a link between the government and the private sector, and to create developments with real estate developers and service providers, not only to provide real estate subsidized products, but products within real estate communities or urban communities fully integrated to benefit from that support. We have a great experience in the integration between the government as a regulator and a policymaker and the private sector with our company, the National Housing Company. The result was very big. We launched over 150 projects in partnership with real estate developers. Yes, our company is we are owned by the government, but we are not we don't have our tools, equipments. We are not a developer, but we allow the private sector to be enabled and take the leadership in developing the established and provide the best solutions for the beneficiaries based on their purchasing powers, and also towards providing solutions that are. We have launched 150,000 housing units that are above 100 million riyals. One of the areas is to develop the lands and to give them to the ministry, to give them to the beneficiaries. We developed 300 million square meters, and the ministry has also allocated us with the development housing project to provide 30,000 housing units in the year 2022. All of these are done in collaboration and integration with real estate developers and contractors, and we continue to provide these housing products within the integrated urban ecosystems. And also, on the other hand, we are developing real estate solutions and products that make it easy to own your house through big platforms, mostly Sakani and Ijar platforms that make it easy for the customer and provide the services for all the clients, either real estate developers, financiers, beneficiaries, towards benefiting from these services. And in 2022, we served 6 million clients and over 60 million visits to these platforms that make it easy for all the beneficiaries, and helped attract more investment of the private sector to this key sector. Mr. Fahad, it is about your contribution. Could you tell us of NEPCO to enhance the health services, please? First, I want to congratulate our leadership on the announcement of the budget. and also congratulate them on these big achievements in 2022. And let me take the opportunity to clarify our role, NEPCO, as for the procurements of medical requirements and medication, and allow the government sector to focus on providing the healthcare service instead of focusing on the challenges of medical supplies. In the past, the procurements of medical equipments and medications in the government sector were divided or distributed on different sectors, and logistical services where each sector invested in their own logistical services. For that reason, the company was created in order to first enhance the availability of medical items and enhance the performance of healthcare by supplying all these items and contributing to enhance the efficiency of spending, and also in enhancing the local content, in benefiting from the requirements of medical procurement, in enhancing the local content. We aim in our company to provide the right product in the right time and in the right place, and it's quite important to provide it also at the same price for the health services provider. We give 4 major services that contribute to enhance the quality of health services. These are the unified procurement services in terms of items, which were the equipment, tools, and medicines. By planning the requirements and forecasting these needs, and also manage the contracts for the government health agencies. 2, which is logistical services, through which we receive all these items from the suppliers, store them, distribute them to all these healthcare points in the kingdom. 3rd, the e-market, which is a platform that allows all the clients to learn about all the products that are available and to place their orders at competitive prices and in good terms, through which we manage the procurement process easily. And the 4th service is very important that we're proud of, which is provided directly to the citizens, which is the My Prescription, which is another communication channel that connects the hospitals and the healthcare centers with the pharmacies of the private sector, where the citizen can reach and get his medicines from his nearest pharmacy free of charge. All these services allow the health sector to provide a better health service to the residents and citizens. Let's move to the second point about the national transformation and also the quality of life. Your Excellency Majid Al-Hugayl, the ministry has witnessed many changes in terms of the digital transformation. Let me talk about the most important outcomes that we have seen. What the kingdom is witnessing in the kingdom in terms of quality improvements in the digital ecosystem is very well noticeable, and we are ahead of so many countries in the world when we see the infrastructure led by the digital government. And we believe today, as citizens, we are very proud of our e-government in all the sectors, either in the housing, the rural and municipal sector, the legal sector, the every sector. So, in fact, this is, and we've seen that during the pandemic, how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was on top and very, very advanced, how we did not suffer as citizens of any break in services. In the municipal, rural affairs and housing sector, our target in the municipal sector is how we will be able in 2023 to reduce the number of visitors to 90% to the municipalities, so that they can get all their services digitally. Now, more than 90% of the municipal services are provided electronically, and 6% we aim to. We're working on it. Now, the target is not automation as a target, but improving the processes and this is part of the maturity which we are wanting to reach, and the data that we will collect will help us greatly. Last year we started, and that was mentioned in the previous budget meeting, that we are communicating with all our services where over 500,000 citizens and residents participated in the survey. They gave us their views about our services, and upon that feedback we received from them, we redesigned our services. In the housing sector, we have Sakani, which is a platform that helps the ownership journey is easier through Sakani, either by searching for the house, searching for the alternatives. Now we give the citizens 9 alternatives over the past 4 years, but we know that their needs are different and their priorities are different. So we were able, through Sakani platform, to become closer to so many citizens. We have 3 million or 3.4 users. Through Sakani, we were able to allow them to search, get funded, and get all post-housing services. So these services are key. In Baladi platform, we have 3.2 million users, and that emphasizes how the digital services and the municipal services sector are on the right track. Our aspirations are greater, bigger. We aim to create, or what we call, the smart municipality. And of course, Baladi version 2, which will be launched in 2023, is our road to the smart municipality, through which so much services will be enhanced, and it will be through this platform. Thank you, Mr. Fahad. We're still talking about digital transformation. Last year, we witnessed the launch of the Sahha virtual hospital. I would like to shed light on the value added by this hospital. Why do you care for virtual healthcare? Thank you. Sahha, a virtual hospital, was officially launched in February 2022. It is now almost 10 months. It's a newborn project we are proud of in the Ministry of Health because of its achievement in the first 10 months. Now Sahha Hospital, virtual hospital, is related to 152 hospitals across the kingdom, achieving in the first 10 months to become the highest network of communication medicine related to 152 hospitals. This accessibility made more services possible that have greater reflect on the value of health services and on the beneficiaries. And I have so many stories that I can mention about how some citizens found this service. I'm going to tell you one of these stories. For a child in one of the regions had a speech impairment and needed a specialized medical city to provide that. He used to travel from his region with his parents to fly to Riyadh and the airport to the medical city and all the toil and trouble, in only to go for 20 minutes to meet a specialist who is and to give him an intense training program. But he is tired, afraid of this new place, and also he has to do the same journey one more time back to the region, and then on and so on and so forth. But I've seen the same child in one of these sessions in his region through the same doctor. He used the virtual hospital. So there he was in their sitting room, in their house, in their region. He could open to the rehab clinic from the virtual hospital. They give him the directions very easily, very safely, where he is sitting in the comfort of his own home. They give him the directions, and then the child starts to follow this course. 2, At the end of this session, he doesn't have to take the airplane back home. He's in home. He can continue to these activities or practice with his parents, and in few weeks he showed excellent advancement, and that's a great example of the virtual hospital. Another example, which is a service, and I would tell you, for example, this virtual hospital is giving ICU or intensive care. So you ask, how could a virtual hospital give ICU or intensive care? But this virtual hospital is a representation of what was mentioned by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince when he talked about the vision and the change, as if it is a change from an old landline telephone into a smart telephone. Intensive care is related to different centers in the kingdom. There are certain rare cases with a high challenge, and the ICU doctor in one end finds that he has a challenge, that he has to refer that doctor to a very highly specialized doctor who is immediately connected to the ICU in the virtual hospital. The best specialized hospital in this particular, from the King Faisal Specialized Hospital or the National Guard Hospital or from the military medical hospital, they can follow up the condition of that patient in the virtual hospital to the point that all the indicators such as the heart are represented in the virtual hospital, and then they continue to follow up that with the virtual, with all its vital indicators until he is released out of the ICU. This could not have been possible without a virtual hospital. And now these achievements are only in the first 10 months. We expect that this hospital, in line with its plan to solve so many of the problems facing the challenge, facing the hospital, the health sector. Now, many health organizations want to learn from our experience in creating the protocols of communication medicine to face challenges and crises, and how we can move into the next generations with the modern technologies. Mr. Muhammad, let me go back again to your answer about many concepts, mostly the concept of the quality of life and sustainability. And here I would like to ask, how do you plan your tendencies in the future to create housing units in the cities and the rural areas? There are two concepts of sustainability, which is the sustainability of urban communities and quality and products. So we work according to to achieve a big goal, which is providing diversified housing solutions in urban communities and reduce the reliance on the government subsidies, so that the company has the capability to provide these products sustainably. We were successful, and we recently signed an agreement between our company and the Ministry of Housing to subsidize a portfolio of 40 billion to develop almost 150,000 housing units. Through the agreement, the ministry allocates the lands and the company provides the necessary funding in order to create the infrastructure and to build partnerships with real estate developers. The total value of these projects should be above 160 billion riyals. This helps us to provide these services, and we are talking here about sustainability beyond financial sustainability. We're talking about the sustainability of implementing and operating the urban communities, either at the design stage, the implementation stage, and the operation stage, to enhance the quality of life in these projects. We design the urban communities by developing in some locations an area which is as big as cities, huge areas where the design of urban communities and the housing units allocates easy transportation and movement through safe roads where it reduces the transportation and the CO2 emissions, where our goal in these communities is to allow the movability of inhabitants not going beyond 7 minutes from point to point. And that makes all these patches to be safe, to provide parks in these communities. And also in the design phases, we work on enhancing the green areas. We have reached a percentage of 15 square meters per capita, beyond the quality of life target, which is about 5 square meters per capita. We have reached 15 square meters per capita. We aim to plant over 1.5 million trees in the projects in the suburbs, and also we work in the development on using technology in reducing the cost of irrigation by creating stations that can reduce the cost of using grey water. And also in terms of the we develop building technologies and building material that consume less energy. We reached 50% of our projects together with companies that use modern technologies such as these, and we aim to reach a cost of consumption in the housing units to be 25% than similar units. So when enhancing the quality of life and the sustainability of these housing units is our target. Mr. Fahad, you spoke about your services and you talked about WASF service. Could you please tell us more about your goals through this service? We always continue to seek, and in partnership with our government health sector partnerships, to enhance the quality of health services. We launched in partnership with the numerous health sectors many initiatives, most important of which is My Prescription service, which is an additional channel connecting the hospitals and medical centers with the private pharmacies. It improves greatly the management of prescriptions. Thank God we were able to reach over 2,000 hospitals and medical centers participating in the service, serviced by 3,400 private sector pharmacies. Until now, we have reached, since launching the service, to 47 million e-prescriptions in more than 172 city and town. Something important about My Prescription, which is the amount of data and how this data is invested in providing additional services. It was a key factor, decisive factor in enhancing the quality of service that is provided by the health practitioner to the patients. It improved the quality of life of citizens and residents by improving the provided services, by giving easy access to the prescription from the nearest pharmacy. Also enabling the private sector as a partner through their pharmacies that serve the citizens efficiently and effectively. The journey is continuous. We started recently, and we continue to improve the quality of service and to provide all the necessary items so that the beneficiary can always find it easily and with easy access. Mr. Majid, we have now no time, but I would start to make some very quick questions. Yes, we have learned from the previous session. I wanted to ask Your Excellency about privatization of services in partnership with the private sector. Where are you now? I think my colleague Mohammed Al-Buti talked about the national company, and I think the outcomes after 4 years or 3 years, we have now over 200 Saudi developers of whom we are very proud, and they have the ability to build and work because we were partners with them by identifying the risks, how we can alleviate these risks. And today we have development organizations we are proud of. Also, the banking sector. The real estate funding sector witnessed the percentage was a little bit low. Mortgage in 2016 and 15 represented 7% of the GDP. Today, it is up to 29% of the GDP, which means that we are within the G20 in terms of these factors. Why I'm saying that? Because the privatization from the beginning was one of our success is the participation of the private sector from the beginning until now. This year, we will establish the securities company with a capital of 18 billion riyals, and within our programs in order to help in the development of the mortgage sector to support the citizens. Also, the refinancing company owned by PIF started more to offer contracts. We reached a portfolio of over 24 billion, and we aim to reach 37 billion. In the municipal sector, we are still at the beginning, and with the privatization program by my colleague Mohammed Al Jud'an, we created a structure to enhance the privatization in the municipal sector. And we aim to improve the quality of services through the performance contracts. We have a good experience with the Ministry of Transformation in the transportation, and we have seen how we are spending our money at a very better return and quality of services and quality of services. We're going to have a big program to privatize publics, to add more parks, and we have a special program. We expect that in 2023, that over 15% of our portfolio will be privatized, either through the privatization or BOT or in under other names. We aim in 2030, but hopefully before that, that 70% of the municipal services are purely privatized. Very briefly, supporting the local content. What did the health sector do? Supporting the local content is key factor. One of the best lessons that we have learned in the pandemic is to rely on national income and on national content and industries. We've seen so many medications being either held or maybe not exported or not reaching the country, and our first reliance here was our local pharmaceutical industry. It was a key pillar in our strategy, in great partnership with the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Investment, to nationalize a greater deal of pharmaceutical industries and also attract pharmaceutical industries into the kingdom here. And we're working on different tracks, most important of which is our procurement. We purchase medications at high prices, and we can create a national industry and enhance that national industry by making the part of that procurement is to create a national content. We have created an industry in the insulin sector, for example. That our procurement, those who build their factories in the kingdom, we will buy from them. And probably my colleague and NEPCO were the arm that made it possible to create that. Thank you, Your Excellency. No doubt supporting the local content is a key target of Vision 2030. We are very proud at NEPCO in our collaboration with our partners in the different sectors, in the government health sectors, the Ministry of Industry, the Local Content Commission, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Investment, in enhancing all that. Among our best achievements is giving the priority to government procurements in relation to the medical products. We had a figure we are very proud of, and we want to enhance it in 2023. 86% of the of what is given as products is accepted is taken from national content. We signed also in partnership with our partners agreements of privatization. And as for the specialized medications or medicines, now we are at advanced stages, which is to nationalize an item which enhances the pharmaceutical security, which is insulin, by incentivizing international companies to build their factories here in the kingdom, and also enhance our ability to stipulate the manufacturing of these products in Saudi. Thank you, and I do apologize from Mr. Mohammed Al-Buti, and thank you to His Excellency Majid Al-Hugail, Fahd Al-Jalajil, Mr. Fahd Mohammed Al-Buti, and Mr. Fahd Al-Shibl. Thank you so much, everyone.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نتوجه الآن لاستراحة لمدة
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 25-minute break through which we invite you to visit our interactive exhibition.
We also invite you to visit the exhibition. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in 10 minutes from now.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شفت ليه بدي أعمل تيست لتكون مرتاحة بالصوت. تفضلي إيجان.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أوكي أليكسي وبدك تعلي صوتها مثل كأنه بكرة عم بتقدم. قربي أكثر على المايك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
You're okay. هذه تجربة صوتية.
هذه تجربة صوتية.
هلأ فيها تعمل تيست على الجوزنك. فيني طلعها.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. هذه تجربة صوتية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. هذه تجربة صوتية.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that simultaneous interpretation from Arabic into English is available throughout this forum. Please get your device at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting now.
والتجارة العالمية، إلا أننا في وطن استطاع برؤية ثاقبة رغم كل الظروف أن يساهم بقوة في التقليل من الآثار العالمية لأزمة الغذاء، وأن ينعم بأمن غذائي في ظل كل هذه الظروف والأزمات، وذلك انطلاقا من استراتيجية الأمن الغذائي التي أطلقتها المملكة، وتتضمن 11 برنامجا تنفيذيا وأكثر من 100 مبادرة، من بينها برنامج الحد من الفقد والهدر الغذائي، وبرنامج الاستثمار الزراعي في الخارج، وبرنامج تنفيذي للمخزون الاستراتيجي من الغذاء وغيرها، لتحقيق الوفرة في السلع والمنتجات الغذائية بالكمية والنوعية اللازمتين لحياة صحية ونشطة. وبفضل الله تعالى تمت المحافظة على استقرار المعروض في أسواق المملكة، وتحقيق نسب مرتفعة من الاكتفاء الذاتي في العديد من المنتجات الغذائية الأساسية، لتتصدر المملكة عالميا في مؤشر المعايير الغذائية بتحقيق نمو في الناتج الزراعي بقيمة تجاوزت 72 مليار ريال، مسجلة أعلى نسبة نمو لها خلال 5 أعوام سابقة. كما حافظت المملكة على مرتبتها الأولى كأكبر منتج للمياه المحلاة على مستوى العالم، حيث بلغت الطاقة التصميمية لمحطات التحلية لمياه البحر أكثر من 9 ملايين متر مكعب يومياً. كما بلغ الوفر السنوي في المياه الجوفية للزراعة 10 مليار متر مكعب سنوياً. ووصل الخزن الاستراتيجي الحالي للمياه إلى أكثر من 20 مليون متر مكعب. وقد كان للخطوات الاستباقية التي اتخذتها المملكة وفقا لاستراتيجيتها الوطنية للنقل والخدمات اللوجستية أثر كبير في التصدي لأزمة سلاسل الإمداد العالمية، فاستثمرت المملكة بسخاء في قطاع النقل والخدمات اللوجستية لتصبح مركزاً لوجستياً عالمياً يوفر خيارات نقل ذات موثوقية ومستوى عال من الجودة والسلامة، وذلك في مختلف أنماط النقل لتعزيز مستوى السلامة على الطرق، وبما يسهم في تعزيز جودة الحياة. أثمرت هذه الجهود عن إنجازات تدعو للفخر، كتحقيق ميناء الملك عبدالله في رابغ الصدارة في مؤشر أداء كفاءة موانئ الحاويات بين 370 ميناء عالمياً وفقاً لتقرير البنك الدولي. نجاحات كبيرة لوطن عظيم يقد الصخر ليصنع منه طريقاً يسير عليه أبناؤه إلى بر الحياة الآمنة السعيدة.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, now this is the fourth session of the Budget Forum, which is being held here, the role of infrastructure and logistic services to enhance economic development. This session to be moderated by economic writer and banking writer, Mr. Talat Hafid. Please, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, peace, blessing, mercy be upon you. I'd like to welcome you here in the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the beautiful capital, and every day we are celebrating such a great event with our great dear kingdom. May Allah protect it from all harm, evils, and ills. Today we are meeting here and we are celebrating a strong and solid and robust budget for the 1444 and 1445 2022-2023 about the role of the infrastructure and the logistic services in supporting economic development and growth. First of all, I would like to congratulate our kingdom for this great budget that takes us or gives us the trend, the pathways, making the dear citizens as the #1 priority and focus for all the programs and initiatives in line with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, which aims to develop infrastructure and logistic services and also enhance the position of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a logistic hub globally, and also achieve achievements and also enhance the quality of life programs and initiatives, and also implementing different projects, big and giga projects to achieve sustainable development goals. I am honored to welcome my guest speakers today, and I'm honored also to call them on the stage. His Excellency Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Fadli, Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture. Please, the floor is yours, Your Excellency. And His Excellency Salih Al-Jasir, Minister of Transport and Logistic Services. Please, the floor is yours. Also, Ahmad Al-Subai'i, COO of the Marine Transport National Company. I would like to welcome you again, Your Excellencies, and I'd like to first start with His Excellency Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture, Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Fadli. What is it that the ministry has done in terms of the water desalination, and is there any kind of shortage in the water supply? First of all, peace blessing be upon you all. Thank you so much for this great question. I am honored and delighted to be here to provide such an answer to this important question about how the budget has been spent. The ministry itself, relating to water sector, of course, is very keen on the water supply. It is wider and more holistic water to speak about, like water desalination and other issues. So this work starts with the measurement or the identifying the supply, the demand in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are so many parties. It is very important to identify the supply and demand in more than 14,000 centers to better understand and identify the water. For example, the increase of the population, the different projects that have come into play, and identify the best, of course, way or methods to supply whether desalinated water or from other resources. With this in mind, the General Corporation for Water Desalination provides more than 65% of the sweet water or desalinated water. We have about 12 million cubic meters in the network, so also we will increase it up to 18 million cubic meters, 90% of which will be desalinated water. Your question about the General Corporation of Desalination Water, I think that the company or the corporation has done great efforts. Our own water production in 2015 did not go beyond 5.5 cubic meter of water. Now we have about 9.4, and next year it will be 11 million cubic meter. So I believe a lot of efforts have been done, and also so many things have been achieved. Just a little to be yet achieved, and we are on track in terms of the water supply and in terms of commitment for the citizens in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also to enhance such services. I do agree with you, Your Excellency. We have so many challenges. Thanks for your own great efforts, and also not just like the scarcity of water in other countries. Moving ahead to His Excellency Minister of Transport, the services or the logistic services has seen different achievements, different across all sectors and subsectors. We'd like you to provide us quickly about the role of these reforms to enhance the efficiency of performance within the system of transport. Please go ahead. Thank you so much. Beyond the shadow of doubt, ever since the National Strategy for Transport and Logistics Services was launched by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman last year, and the ecosystem is witnessing big changes, big transformations, whether in legislation and regulation, or infrastructure, or the integration of the different modalities of transport and methods of transport. As for the legislative reforms and transformation and the governance of the entire system, and how it is connected to the Supreme and Higher Committee for Transport and Logistic Services, the separation of operation from legislation, different new apparatuses, systems that are independent, and what is more important is the legislative reforms to facilitate the practice of businesses. Also employing infrastructure more efficiently. I'll take one example so that the image can be clearer. For example, port sector or the port sector, a lot of legislative reforms have come into play, and also a partnership with the private sector, so that the private sector will invest more and more in expanding the ports. So many partnership agreements have been signed with the private sector and the public sector for 30 years, up to 17 billion Saudi riyals, we have started to see the results on ground. For example, the connection of the Saudi ports with the international ports. The gap was with the best ports. There was just 12 points. Now reduced down to 4 points in just in 2 years. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia ports, or the efficiency of the ports of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in handling the containers, has experienced of big leaps. The first port across the world based on the World Bank in terms of the efficiency of handling containers is Saudi, from King Abdullah. Jeddah port was before 53 and now it is number 8. King Abdul Aziz in Dammam, it was ranked up to from 94 up to number 14. Priorities have been identified in order to create a great leap in ports, and also 2 things have been identified, which is the logistic services and integration across the ports, and the logistic services regions, and so that is why so many areas have been identified. 59 areas for logistic services are now targeted, whether airport, land port, or seaport. A lot of efforts have come into play in terms of the transport lines, land transport lines, or others. There will be more logistic services in Jeddah. For example, in Jeddah port, 5 areas have been signed and been included in the agreements for the integration in close cooperation with the customs, in close cooperation with other government entities, to make the work at the airport, at the port, a kind of integration, which caused an increase for the shipment of the containers handled at this port or other ports, which represented now 29% of the percentages of the containers handled across the region, and before that it was like just 12%. Your Excellency, this is a great leap experience today for the port, or ports, you said, King Abdullah, in terms of handling containers and shipment and others at sea. What is the secret for this great event or great leap? I believe the mechanism, the business new model, there is a strategy that is built on the strengths, the real strengths. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the most important strengths. The most important strengths of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on which Vision 2030 has been built, is this geographical site of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A strategy has ambition, has integration, has vision, has a partnership between the government entities and the private sector and the stakeholder. Great efforts. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Moving ahead to Engineer Ahmed Al-Subai'i, the CEO of the National Maritime Transport. Your Excellency, what is the strategic role of the maritime company for the supply chain services and the problems that we have seen? May Allah forbid such kind of problems. Hello everyone and good afternoon. Mr. Talha, thank you so much. I would like to say that congratulations here on this platform, all the citizens of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the good budget of the next year by His Excellency Minister of Finance. And I would like also to say I am honored to be here on this stage with big names of our own wise government, Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Environment. But I am very happy to work with them in the transport and the maritime transport or marine transport, because they have such kind of deep understanding of what's going on or what's yet to be done across different levels. Beyond a shadow of doubt, now the maritime transport is a national transporter, big one globally, and just within the upcoming period of time it will be globally. Of course, we have a big fleet of different sizes, and we transport different commodities, different goods. Before we used to transport just the raw petroleum. Now medicines, food, different items, different commodities, strategic commodities, and also the maritime port. No, we don't work just at sea. We also have big air and land transport services, storage and stocking commodities and goods, as be referred to by His Excellency. Again, how to enhance our own sector, because also I need to quote one word from His Excellency, Your Excellency Al-Fadli. It is in our size of transport, for example, Aramco is 14%, Ma'adin, food and drugs, a little, just little. Our own target is how to create an attraction point for different companies in these sectors so that we can enhance the supply chain and we can control the supply chain. Recently, thankfully, of course, this is what we have done. I'm surprised that you work not just in the maritime port. Do you compete with the Saudi Airlines? No, 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 no. Our own market is the biggest one because we deal with different companies and sectors. Your Excellency Abdurrahman Al-Fadli talk to us about the most important projects for the water projects. I mean, the cost and the number of projects. Please, the floor is yours. Today, we have a strategy for water and big investment size. We are working to put this strategy into action, and it has different targets, different indicators for performance, and we are heading for completing these targets. The size of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the big population of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that we already spoken about at the beginning of this discussion, it is very important to refer to the fact that today we have so many projects under discussion, under play. Before that, of course, we launched this year across different regions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and governments of the Kingdom of different projects that have come into play, about 40 million 40 billion Saudi riyals, and also more projects, 100 that have been endorsed and approved, about 145 billion Saudi riyals. The size of these investments, of course, to reach to make these services available of water, of course, are based to different things. We are now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where the water resources availability are not so big. One of the most important strategy target is to make sustainable water supply. We talked about water desalination to be the main source, and it will be up to 90% in 2030. We are speaking here also about the lengths of network of water cannot be made available in any other countries. Today, this year, we added other thing, which is 4 million cubic meters that didn't exist, so that it will be 14 cubic meters per day for 14 million cubics, and also it will be up to 16 million cubics also. As for the stocking of water, it will be more and more per day. So when we speak about a service, it is very important to cut it short and to communicate it to the to communicate this and to spread the service to the citizens. We are speaking about the performance indicators. Today, water, based on the networking, can be up to 90% of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia regions. Also, the services for the water treatment and desalination, more than 60%. We're speaking here about the number of hours when water is being pumped in so many cities, can be 22 hours per day. These strategies cannot be realized in 1 to 2 years. It has been built to be implemented in 20 to 30 years. That is why we're always implementing the needs of this strategy. And I believe that we are on track for the targets, and we may go beyond the targets, and we will achieve our targets and objectives of 2030. We need to understand that this service provided is very important, very precious. The sustainable of such service is very important as well across all aspects and consideration. We have to maintain it. We have to rationalize the water use, and also we have to be able to save water so that we can ensure that it will be pumped and transported to thousands of kilometers across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And these are challenges that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia government, based on clear-cut directives of the Constituted Hamas and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, to provide such services, because they are #1 services for any kind of development or growth in this country. I do agree with you. It's a continent-like country. We have the Red Sea and the Gulf, but as I say, it is such a challenge to make water always transported. It is not any water, seawater and desalinated water. I don't want to take all the time of the session for me. We can speak for hours about what has been achieved, but I can speak about two numbers, two figures, to ensure everyone, those who are following up water. One day, the cost of water production was about 4.5 riyals for 1 cubic meter, and we consume 4.5 kilowatt per cubic meter. Now there are plants, water plants, that produces 1 cubic meter of water at 2.7, which, and also there are other plants for this number 2.7 to be down to 2.2. These plants are almost there in the pipeline. The government, through the General Corporation of Water, was doing this role. Now, in order to create this kind of culture, we are doing this role in close cooperation and partnership with the private sector institutions, and there is like and the partnership is between always the two parties. Technology plays such a great role. Thank you so much for your great efforts. Now, moving ahead to Engineer Saleh Al Jasir, the strategy of transport and logistics services has done a lot of achievements, and also for the first time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of course, unprecedented development that has come into play, as we said, in terms of the containers, how they are treated and handled, and this is not ink on paper. The question is, how can this be reflected on enhancing the infrastructure with the support of the economic growth and development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is such a big country, and it has such a great future for the logistics services based on the location, I mean the site, infrastructure, solid and robust infrastructure, well-established infrastructure, and investments, wide and fast-paced growing investment opportunity. King Salman Airport project and the logistics services, it will be one of the biggest, or it will be the biggest airport in the world. It is a hub for the operations for Aval company, not for the kingdom but for the entire region, and it will also a center for different global companies, because this region has been established for the biggest world companies, targeting the biggest 100 companies across the world. So the size of the region is not just the biggest one in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because it is well integrated with the airport of Riyadh, or Riyadh Airport, and its integration with Riyadh, with its nice present and its future, bright future, makes it an attractive destination. Investment in ports, investment in roads and road network. It was in the past. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is #1 when it comes to the road networking and the road connection. So it is to enhance the quality of roads and safety, and also rationalizing the roads that are connected with different strategies, specific strategies or needs. Also investing in logistic services. Now today we have a well-organized logistic sector. We have also a unified logistic certificate or license. The strategy of transport and logistics services was adopted last year. Before the end of last year, there was a kind of logistic unified license. Today, we have come to 1,500 licenses with billion of Saudi riyals investments. Great news. I need to knock on wood, particularly the 57 kilometer square. I mean, the King Salman Airport, even though we are the first, even in G20, there is nothing can compete against us. This won't be made possible without the clear-cut, the crystal clear Vision 2030, the unlimited support and generous support by the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed, with all the efforts he made, with all support as of 2015 in each and every meeting, interviews, speech. He always speaks about the location, the site of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the investment of the location of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When we have such a visionary of the leader of the visionary leader of the Prince Mohammed, the godfather of the vision, what is the role that is to be played in the sea to enhance the logistic, in order to localize any kind of industry? To localize any kind of industry, it is very important to have structuring an ecosystem that is incentive and attractive for the localization of industry. We have the structuring, but what we need to change the ecosystem to motivate and incentivize and to trigger or catalyze this industry at sea. We are proud to be the first for the global company for the maritime industries and the maritime services in Ras Al Khair, headed by Aramco Saudi Arabia and the Bahri and Hyundai and the Umbral. Of course, these give us impetus or security line or secure line, additional secure line, and it will maximize the returns for the navigation industries in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, without which, of course, we cannot be there, and we cannot be champions how to control the supply chain. So with this in mind, it will be of a great importance to us. Thank you. Yeah, I hope so as well. Your Excellency, Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Fadli, we have seen great work in terms of the environment awareness. What is it that the ministry has provided for this important sector? And our speech today about environment and COVID-19 pandemic was a case in point. So what is about environment? With the same methodology that we have adopted. Can you keep the microphone closer, please? We adopted the same methodology that we did for agriculture and water sectors when the royal decree was issued to establish the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. It means that to enhance the environmental commitment for the Kingdom of Serbia. So it was very important to develop a strategy to clarify the most important gaps or shortages in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we came up with a clear-cut strategy for environment, widely praised, widely commended. We have also come with a system for the environment. This kind of system, we believe it is balanced, it is well established to maintain the environment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and at the same time to make more social sustainable development, sustainable economic development, along with the other regulations, initiatives that have come into play, and an institutional framework that is different. This kind of institutional framework was established on these gaps that we have seen in the ministry, in the environment strategy. We have so many centers for the environmental commitment and also desertification and combating the desertification, and also for the waste management and one for meteorology. I can cite an example in each of these centers. If we speak about, and also there is environmental fund, if we speak about the waste management in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, unfortunately we are not at the head of the countries when it comes to recycling. There are targets and there are big projects very soon will be announced, and leading, of course, us to recycling up to 85% of the waste that are transported to dumps. When you speak about this, we are targeting enhancing the quality of life, also the facilities, and also rangelands and pastures, including increasing the reserves. Also, the Green Initiative launched by His Royal Highness, and also planting 10 billion trees. Speaking about environmental commitment, today we are now not in a good rank in terms of the environmental commitments. So these system will enhance our rank that is not now there. Yes, this is all in by and large about the initiatives, about 60 billion reals, and also there is a fund that is up to 10 billion Saudi reals, and also there is like 2022, 2023. We will put these initiatives into action. We hope that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be at the head of the the countries that have higher level of environmental commitment. I hope so. Over the upcoming years, we will do so to reach to the circular carbon and zero net neutrality, zero net neutrality in terms of gas emission, and reach our own objectives. Engineer Al-Jasir, Salih Al-Jasir, speaking of the railway sector, a lot of railway stations have been launched, and also transport travelers and commodities and goods. How these projects can enhance the strategy and the other national strategies, such as, for example, industry and what is the connection between these two sectors? Well, transport and logistics services industry is a complementary and a supplementary industry supporting all the economic events and activities and service activities, whether industry, commerce, or tourism, umrah and pilgrimage, quality of life. So they are well connected and well established for any kind of investments or any kind of developments. At the end of the day, they are reflected on the provision of such kind of services and the efficiency of services provided and the competitiveness of other sectors. The railway sector last year, there were a lot of developments that are brilliant to implement the strategy. For example, the full operation of the the Haramain train or a tram, it is an exceptional one, an excellent one, where the government invested in this project. Now it provides high level services and high level safety and security. Last year it was doubled in the railway sector up to 85 million passengers. It will grow more and more. As for the transport of commodities and goods last year, so there was a kind of growth in 20%. 24 million tons were transported across the railways, which is very much more than 1,500,000 trucks on roads. So this is to enhance the experience of road users, to protect the infrastructure of roads, and also to protect the environment. Good. In fact, this is something that is good, because we were in, thanks for the great organization, and I would like to say also we were on bus and we have seen one of the plants or stations, and we had like different foreign investors, and they said they were surprised and said what? So we saw surprising really things. Engineer Ahmed Al-Subai'i, how do you think that he can support the national food security? First of all, thank you, Mr. Talat, for this question. I'd like to say again, the speech said by Al-Jasir. No sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that cannot work in the maritime sector or transport sector. 90% of the people around here at some point or another, or a product or a final or end product should be on the ship, on board the ship, should be on board of the ship. So we enable other sectors. So the supply chain, unfortunately, is always impacted with what's going on across the world, whether regional conflicts or commercial wars that we see across major countries, or crises and pandemics such as COVID-19 pandemic. The supply chain, for example, if something happens in the supply chain, if the supply chain sneezes, we will catch a cough, which means that it impacts everything. The energy sector, the metal and mineral energy sector. So everything is almost impacted by the supply chain sector. But again, we have exploited a good fleet to achieve our own food security targets, with close cooperation with His Excellency Abdurrahman Al-Fadli. This big fleet is dedicated for all type of foods, whether animal food, fodder, whether meat, chicken, poultry, eggs, or lamb. Also, the vegetable plant oil. In close cooperation with the SABIC, we have established the National Grain Company. Of course, the company itself has different animal food and fodder, and they have invested across the world, not just to achieve the targets, but also it is very important to make it like sustainable in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So it's not like food security and also maritime security and food and water security. Your Excellency, to cut it short because I'm running out of time, Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Fadli, again, if you can, I won't say countries, it's the world. Now, speaking of our food security, what was the role of the ministry in terms of the food security? In brief, please. There is a proactive role and reactive role. We have dealt with the crisis while the pandemic was there. We're speaking of the proactive role, also the same kind of methodology. The strategy of agriculture focuses on the competitiveness feature in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is the role that was played and gave us the roadmap. 500 million Saudi riyals per year, and this year we will lend 7 billion, not just like last year 5 billion. Now we will lend 7 billion Saudi riyals this year, or next year, sorry. So we're speaking here about the strategy for the food security, what the country provides, what the government provides by and large as kind of annual support for the wheat production. 3.5 billion Saudi riyals only for wheat, for the grains, only for wheat. More than 3 billion rural projects producing different agriculture such as like vegetables, meat, poultry. We also provide from the agricultural development fund, sometimes with interest, sometimes without any interest, fees, without fees, and also the minimum cost for that can cover just like the minimum fees, which encourages, of course, investors. We have so much integration. The National Maritime Company, the first time on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, SALIC today can re-export 700 million tons, and also so there is kind of integration between them. Also, in COVID-19 pandemic, with the first and second one, the government made different decisions on time, leading to we enhanced the stocks. Also, loans were given easy loans were given to the private sector to import items and also to enhance the stocks, and also more support were provided for different items to make them available on the market. And I believe that they were successful. These kind of arrangements were successful. It's long speech and exciting speech. I am very much delighted, really, but the organizers are giving me a cue or a hint to stop now. I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to you all for the great speeches, the great insight, the great Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Fadli, Minister of Environment and Water and Agriculture, Engineer His Excellency Engineer Salih Al-Jasir, the Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, and also Mr. Muhammad Engineer Al-Subai'i, the CEO of the National Company for Maritime Services. We are living in such a great country. I mean it. I mean it. I mean it. Such a great country. I swear by God, I was, and still I am honored that I am Saudi and live in Saudi Arabia. We have proved that we are very hard to crack. We are not easy economically and environmentally, agriculturally, academically, economically, anything. And what we're saying today is not normal. We are not speaking to each other. No, the press and the media are there and they can speak about this, and the growth is so big. The World Bank is speaking, and there are so many indicators that show and help us to better understand. I'm very much delighted and honored to be here among your excellencies and also among with the entities. Thank you very much for your attention. I highly appreciate it.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to remain seated while we will start the fifth session.
تعيش المملكة العربية السعودية اليوم عصراً ذهبياً يوفر فرصاً استثمارية غير مسبوقة، وتسعى إلى تمكين المستثمرين من الوصول إليها عبر تقديم الدعم والتسهيلات لهم من التأسيس حتى بدء ممارسة الأعمال، وصولاً لتعزيز مكانة المملكة لتكون وجهة استثمارية رائدة وتحقيق نمو اقتصادي مستدام، وانطلاقا من الاستراتيجية الوطنية للاستثمار. تسعى بلادنا إلى استثمار مكامن القوى التي حباها الله لها من موقع استراتيجي متميز وقوة استثمارية رائدة وعمق عربي وإسلامي. وتركز المملكة على رفع إسهام القطاع الخاص في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي وتعزيز الاستثمار الأجنبي المباشر وزيادة نسبة الصادرات غير النفطية وخلق فرص وظيفية جديدة، سعياً لتنمية وتنويع الاقتصاد واستدامته ونقل وتوطين التقنية وتطوير البنية التحتية وتحسين جودة الحياة. قطعت المملكة شوطاً كبيراً لتحسين بيئة الاستثمار وجذب المستثمرين، ونفذت العديد من الإصلاحات والسياسات لتحسين البيئة التنظيمية لممارسة الأعمال، ووفرت الحوافز للمشروعات الاستثمارية النوعية لجذب المكاتب الإقليمية للشركات العالمية الكبرى إلى المملكة، إضافة إلى دعم استثمارات الشركات الوطنية لتعزيز مكانتها الدولية. ولا يزال مستقبل الاستثمار في المملكة واعداً بفرص استثمارية كبرى تبلغ قيمتها 12 تريليون ريال حتى عام 2030. رؤية استراتيجية رائدة وطموح لا حدود له لجعل المملكة مركزاً استثمارياً عالمياً.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now to start the fifth session themed the impact of enabling investment, to be moderated by Muhammad Atumaihi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the fifth session about the budget forum, the impact of enabling investment in the economic growth and development. It's a nice theme where we can ask different questions. For example, what are the investments that we're looking for. Can we create a state of balance between the local investor and attract the foreign investor, and how these investments, whether local or global investments, how can such investments contribute to supporting the local content and production? These questions and several others I would share with His Excellency and their Excellencies. Welcome on stage His Excellency Khalid Al Falih, Minister of Investment. Welcome, Your Excellency. His Excellency Nasser Asbai'i, the head of the Board of Directors, please welcome on stage. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I will start with you about the budget of the Kingdom of Serbia for 2023. My question is to Your Excellency Al Falih, how this budget can contribute to enhance the trends of the Kingdom of Serbia, to enhance investments in the Kingdom. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, thanks for your invitation and for the questions. I'm happy to share what I have, and also the great sessions headed by the Ministry of Finance. Let me speak, and by communicating a message, I'd like to congratulate the Kingdom of Serbia, both leaders, people, and the private sector, public sector, and all our success partners inside and outside the Kingdom of Serbia for the great development, the progress, and headway made so far. And that is balanced, that is a great across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia sectors, be it political, economical, critical, logistically, in terms of the budget, financially, economically, the policies, and the financial balance policies. The budget historically is historical across all dimensions, particularly at this time where the world is going through different challenges. We all know such kind of crises and difficulties. This economy has different features that we speak proudly of. It is the highest economic growth and development across the world almost, and at the G20, and also the first 3 quarters of this year, some would say the higher prices and the petrol, the non-oil sector or economy has grown 6%. The stability in the financial policy, the Kingdom of Serbia across the world, of course, we have such a wise policy based on the wise leadership and the financial economy headed by Minister of Finance Bufaisal. Also the stability of the currency, the stability of the economy, which gives us the desired objective for the private sector and the non-private sector. I mean, whether local and foreign investors, the rate and the percentage of debt is increasingly growing for all the world countries, even the leading economies. Our own debt percentage is going down. It is now about 25%, which is an ideal figure or number, which is also one way to enable the policies here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is also with the stability of the policies, decisions, regulations, enabling the private sector from all the ministries and other government entities. If we go back to the budget, there is a growth in the expenditure and also surplus. Today, it's rare word in any kind of world economies, particularly after COVID-19 pandemic and so other crises. So many countries have lended heavily, have borrowed heavily from other countries or other entities. There are other issues, also political stability and the clear-cut vision on the medium and long term. This is all. This is what investors are looking for or seeking. I have different meetings and traveled with His Royal Highness to attend different investment forums and conferences. There are different factors for stability, politically, economically, financially, and the ability to predict and anticipate what's going to happen this year or that year, or in this country or that country. These are key principles and pillars for investment. I believe that this budget that has no surprises, and if any, these surprises will be good, will be healthy, will be solid. When I talked about the surplus through the decrease of the debt, overall debt, also the increase of the capital expenditure, the Minister of Finance has announced this, of course, that the rate of expenditure, capital expenditure, about 100 to 100 up to 151 billion Saudi riyals, and it will be 100 up to 160 billion Saudi riyals. And I also work in investment ecosystem. I hope to increase this a little and also inject a little of what will be achieved, of course, for 2023 for the capital investments. For the investment for the capital economy. Mr. Nasser Al-Subai'i, definitely there are efforts by the government to enhance the role of and the contribution of the private sector. But again, the government expenditure is a key driver for the economy, or for the Saudi economy. Through your own review of the most important of the budget vision, do you think that such pillars and such principles are there in terms of the figures and numbers to expend generously on different sectors and fields? Does this go in line with the key investment standards and pillars or criteria? Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency Minister of Finance, Mohammed Al-Jad'an, for the invitation to attend this. This is the first time for me to attend this. I am really honored and very much motivating. Big thanks go to His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Falih, who called me personally and called me to participate with him in this session. I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude what has been said by Engineer Khalid, also congratulating the custodian of the Holy Mosque and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed for this year budget. It is a nice budget, motivating, incentivizing, and attractive. It's a message to continue with high level of transparency, to provide numbers, telling numbers. Today, His Excellency Minister of Finance emphasized and assured the importance of transparency and the big numbers and figures for investors. Back to your question, it is historical association and attachment between the budget and the investments. The country is still the economic driver and the catalyst for investments across the kingdom. Is the way the country focuses and goes, the investors will also focus. When we have a national strategy for investment, it has certain set goals and objectives to be one of the biggest top 15 countries for the economic development and the growth. Also, the GDP will be 6.4 billion, and these are ambitious numbers and figures. So it has a strategy, a very nice strategy that aims to make about 12 trillions, of course, distributed for Sharik programs, and the 3 of which for the PIF for the upcoming 10 years to spend 300 billion Saudi riyals. These are big numbers. These are incentives, big incentives for investors. And we have also 4 trillion Saudi riyals for the local and foreign companies. I believe now we are in an age that is totally different. Today, this is a great opportunity for investors, whether internally or whether at home or abroad. These opportunities will be there, and just a few years will be there. So seize your opportunities, seize these opportunities. I highly recommend, I highly praise and commend what has been said by Mr. Khalid Al Falih. I don't think that there are so many opportunities that are made available for all investors like here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So these opportunities are made available, and I am calling all investors not to miss any. So I cannot see such opportunities made available for any other countries. I receive calls from different investors and sovereign and funds, of course, locally and globally, to talk to us and find the opportunities, investment opportunities here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Big change is coming into play. Great. Yes, there is a warm welcome for the foreign investments here. But my question is to you, Mr. Khalid Al Falih. You talked that the royal visits and his Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed, visits to different countries, and also the historical visits of China's president to the country. We have seen the so many agreements being signed. There are billion of Saudi riyals agreements. Could you talk to us about these big investments, how such investments will contribute to enhancing the Saudi economy? Are they still in the first stages, or they will find easier way to be implemented? Bumajid has saved up me some words talking about the national strategy of investments. I am proud that it has reached to the hearts and minds of all the leaders of the private sector. But again, the fixed capital formation, where it reaches 3 times, or it goes up to 2 trillion Saudi riyals by 2030, and a cumulative total for the previous years of this decade, which is 12.5 trillion. So big numbers, really giant numbers, but again, with the great willpower, determination, and the strategic planning and vision, and the partnership with the private sector, also the leadership and the entrepreneurship in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and even like the small and medium-sized enterprises, we will be able to achieve these investments, big investments. What I'd like to say also, that the percentage of investments, local national investments, the non-foreign investments from 2 trillion that will be put in 2030, being targeted 100 trillion and 700 billion, and which is less than the capital formation. Each 1 riyal that we attract, we need $4 or riyals for investments, national investments. Much of what I've said in terms of the agreements signed or memorandums signed, like 10 of billions of Saudi, these are investments between parties, the private sector, the Saudi private sector, whether companies, as been said by my friend and brother Ahmed Asbai'i, talked about this on behalf of the maritime transport company. We have also so many businesses and investors. They are the parties who sign these agreements between the private sector and the public sector, and also the foreign investors. What has been done 2 days ago is part of a long series that we started this after the establishment of the Ministry of Investments, to look for different opportunities to develop foreign and local investment opportunities. There is a government entity that brings together all the opportunity owners, whether entities, ministries, whether companies in private sector or public sector. They have ideas, and we develop that kind of investment opportunities, and also conduct research studies or pre-feasible studies, and put them on investment platforms such as Invest in Saudi Arabia, and also in different centers and the platforms in the partnership with the private sector. What we're doing is that we strike balance for the investment opportunity in the green field, and we put them for investors, and then make it available to cooperate and coordinate between the private sector and the public sector, and the private sector, the Saudi private sector and the foreign private sector. What was done in Korea and China also was in France, in Greece, when His Royal Highness Crown Prince visited the different countries. So they are not just connected to certain visits to certain presidents. The investments you have referred to are definitely based on big numbers, phenomenal figures and numbers. But again, everyone is asking what kind of investments the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is looking for. Is it to attract the foreign investors, no matter what kind of investments or capital, or there is a kind of quality investment that we're looking for in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a country that is open for all investments. All sectors are open for investments and partnership and foreign investments, except for certain kind of investments where the special requirements are very rare. But again, what we are targeting and attracting and triggering and incentivizing for foreign investments is to multiplier effect that open new sectors that are not enabled. So if we take the hydrogen economy, for example, or sector, we are very proud of Aqua Power and the CEO here on board. But again, to launch the capacities of Aqua Power in a new economy, which is the hydrogen fuel, was very important to attract a company with capacities and capabilities for the products from the States that has previous investments in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that does so. In biotechnology, for example, we also, the pharmaceuticals, we are very proud of this, but also for the biological pharmaceuticals, innovative, with due respect, we have not been able to start from scratch in terms of the research studies, in terms and also clinical test and examination to come to innovative products as we have seen in COVID-19 pandemic. Also, information, IT and communication sector, and attracting the big companies, hyper scale, and we have been able to attract so many companies, and also we have seen them here in Riyadh, and we have seen Alibaba and other Alibaba and others. They will take 10 years in order to reach our targets. We don't want them to come alone. There should be like kind of permanent or to be paired with other companies, with the local investors. There will be nucleus for and pools for other, and the full supply chain where the national economy and sectors will also jump and join. Subayya, do you feel in the private sector that you are threatened? His Excellency is speaking about attracting different investments into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These will not, of course, be realized unless otherwise there is a kind of opportunity. Do you feel threatened to share these opportunities with the foreign investments? I don't think that there is any kind of threat. There is integration, there is complementarity, there is supplementarity, because the local investors need the foreign investors. As His Excellency said, there are additions to be benefited from, expertise, technologies, history, so roles. So if the local investor wants to start alone, what we need is that we need a long time. There is no kind of concern or worry. There is success. Successes were made in the past between the different partnerships between the private sector, the local investors and foreign investors. The future is for more and huge partnerships. If you allow me one little note on the same, the great leap was praised. I mean, the transport sector and the big family sector, the big family businesses were like traditional to develop, I mean, the real estate development, the services and others. Today, yesterday, in the ceremony of signing with China, we have seen typical companies that are working and moving actually to risk sectors in technologies and also capacity building. Some of them acquired leading companies. Alfanar, for example, we know them as electrical equipment, has now got into like recycling of waste, and they have taken the biggest contract in Britain to produce this kind of fuel, and it can be the biggest across Europe to produce this kind of fuel of more than about 5 billion Saudi riyals, and of course this is also the beginning. It was like 10 to 20 years, and now they are a leading company, Aqua also. So the private sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is required globally. We don't impose on the global investor to share with the private sector investors. There are investment funds operated by some Saudi family businesses, and Mr. Nasser, I don't want to praise him in his face, but these funds, investment funds, are known to be based on good governance and management, good values, deeply instilled, where impact investing is requiring such kind of value. So I'm not surprised to see the sovereign funds connect with companies such as Al Alayan or Masik or Mhaidib or Al Rajhi or Al Duwaliya and other companies asking to invest with them. Why? Because they are providing such a great services and added value services. That is very strong. So this takes me to another question, Mr. As-Subai'i. As Minister of Investment by His Excellency Al-Falih to attract more foreign investment, but also others would like to attract Saudi investors. Do you think that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is still an attractive environment that maintains the national investors to remain here in the kingdom and do more investments? Beyond the shadow of doubt, what we have achieved on terms of the experiences, expertise, and the country, the support we see across all sectors. Today there are so many communication and calls requesting to invest with us, given what we have here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of the relative features, properties, and characteristics. Today here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia we have relative characteristics, features, and properties. We are the only country across the world today, Umrah and Pilgrim. This sector is so big, and it is uniquely established here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it has nothing to do only with investment. There are other things, wins that are also linked to this, such as like political, religious, and other gains. So there is no kind of concern about this. This kind of cooperation or coordination, attracting the foreign and the local investments, this won't happen unless otherwise there is a strategy, national strategy, to attract these investments, supporting them, and also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be an attractive environment. Could you speak a little more about the strategy of Ministry of Investment to bring more investments and increase the inputs or the income that can be generated out of this this strategy and these investments locally produced. First, investment per se is always omnipresent across all the angles of Vision 2030. If you remember, Mr. Mohammed, one of the pillars of Vision 2030 to be a big and a hub investment a big investment hub across the world, and also the investments was restructured, headed by the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, and also to push and motivate the wheel of investment and enable other investors, whether partners across the world or big companies, for the fund portfolio or certain partners, or to benefit what the fund is doing and invest. All the sectoral strategies launched as of Vision 2030, investments as a component and sharing the private sector are always there, are strongly present, are strongly visible. It's one chapter that is very important, a key chapter for each strategy. We have heard from His Excellency Minister of Agriculture and their strategy. There is a strong presence and visibility to participate in the private sector and investments, and also Al-Jasir Saleh Al-Jasir Excellency also in the transport and logistic services sector. And also it was estimated hundreds of billions of Saudi riyals in terms of the services of transport and logistic services. So the national strategy of investment, it is enabling and empowering strategy in attracting and motivating strategy for all these objectives, and also the regional one. 1 week ago we were in Al-Asir. Al-Asir investment strategy was established to invest, to enhance and attract investments in Asir that connects and overlaps with tourism, agriculture. So the strategy of investment is the horizontal network that connects all the strategies vertically, which is concerned with each sector. There are 40 initiatives. We will talk about this later, but what I want to say, that we work hard in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia government as one team. His Excellency Minister of Finance is another Minister of Investment, because he's entrusted to talk to investors and call them to do more fields, more visits, how some investors are welcomed by Minister of Finance, and also as a destination of investments. I cannot market the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a destination of investments better than the Ministry of Finance, because they are, at the end of the day, they have the expertise to do so. So how important it is to invest. It means that everyone is concerned, everyone is ambassador, each minister, each prince of a region, each head and president and leader of an entity is an ambassador to do so, and we support them in the front offices and the back offices. So big thing of our own strategy, I would like to say, is to listen to the challenges that they face, whether inside the kingdom or outside the kingdom. I talked previously about international investments that we are doing. We are also trying, and we can, of course, to enable the leading Saudi companies to widen and to expand. And so the ambitions of the private sector is to go beyond the limits and borders of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the GCC level, and also the Middle East and North Africa, across the world. Our role here is to expand and enable local investors and international investors to solve their problems and work hard, of course, with the national strategy of investment. Good. Time is over. 2 questions I'd like to ask you quick. And my name is Noor from Arabia channel. Is there any kind of misunderstanding to support the foreign investor? When you attract him, it means you are competing the local investor and high returns. But again, what are some kind of implications on national investors, and if this kind of attraction is successful. As I've said, there is kind of equity and equality, and these are the investment principles, and was announced by the Council of Ministers, and they are key pillars, and it was for the general public opinion. There is a program for incentives I didn't talk about. It is the first time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia history there is a National Committee for Incentives and Governance, well, a solid governance to give these subsidies and incentives. They are given to projects and not to investors. We look for projects that have added value, that has high standards, such as like investment projects to open new sectors, and also to enable the added value for the supply chain as well, to enable also others. These incentives or subsidies are given to these projects. We have supported 10 projects through subsidies and incentives. Lucid and also other Saudi companies such as Jisr and Aramco, they have also participated. They have 20%. So subsidies and incentives go to the investment project that is strategic, because such investment is needed by us to open a new sector. Normally we need technologies, and we need to get into new markets also, which of course enable other such investors and enable other sectors to also to come into play. So we cannot focus only on Saudi investor. This is the mechanism. Most of the projects 15, 20, 30% of course are non-Saudi, and the others are all Saudis. One more question to As-Subai'i, Muhammad Aslaimi from Al-Ikhbariya channel, TV channel, headed by, of course, I just adapted this question. How much does the private sector contribute to this? I understand that what you have number one priority is the profits on the expense of sustainable of the projects, and that will have long-term return on the national economy. Banking sector historically is a support sector for all the sectors in the kingdom. Headed and directed by the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia, there is a regular meeting with the CEOs and the head of the board of directors to see any kind of challenges to support investments in the kingdom. And there are so many success stories that we can tell, and we are very proud in the banking sector. Thankfully, today there is unlimited support, big support. The great efforts are made across all the banks to help investors in terms of the ease of investments, facilitation, in terms of product launch, anything that is needed by, or possibly or potentially needed by the investors to make him or her successful. So what about profits? The profits are part of this, and the key part. You cannot pray unless otherwise you ask for forgiveness. So, and also you do investment for what? For profits. But there are other objectives and goals. Today, investments increase the local products, the quality of such local products. Unemployment is a key issue for us. Also, the government getting some returns are all important. These are all important. We need to make benefits for others to help us, also to help them make benefit. I know that time is running out, and the Ministry of Investment, our own number one standards, because you have to be profitable, to look at the profitability of investors. If they do not make profits, it means that this investment will not be sustainable, and the economy will not be sustainable as well. So that is why profits should be made at a competitive mode or method. So profitability of investors is a way for stability and satisfaction for us, because profitable or investors that make profits will sustain, will remain, will survive, and will make the cake bigger and bigger, and also the smile of Abu Faisal and others will be bigger and bigger. So investment is a factor, a key factor for financial sustainability, for the financial sector, supporting us with a good budget. We help him or her with maximizing the economy, and this of course will help like to produce or generate more returns than oil returns. Thank you so much. Please, before I conclude, I would like to emphasize I strongly believe in the vision. Today we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a vision that's clear-cut, crystal clear, has a lot of wins, a lot of opportunities. It's a message for all investors, small and big investors. Today it is high opportunity to invest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I won't be repeated again. So I don't want, last week for example, I had a little problem in one of my companies. Second day, a full team called, and the director of the company understood everything, and then we are working to solve the problem. His Excellency Minister of Commerce, there was a little thing, technical thing on the WhatsApp I sent him, just in 5 minutes, the Deputy Minister also, and the problem was over in half an hour. So there is a big change. Today there is kind of integration, but there is integration between the private sector and the public sector. Today the success of the public sector and the private sector is depending on each other. Great. Enablement, attraction, support, all these policies are driven by attracting investments in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is all has been said here in this session. Allow me to express my appreciation and gratitude to the two speakers, His Excellency Khalid Al Falih, Minister of Investment, and His Excellency Nasser Al Subai'i, the head of the directors of Al Bilad Bank. You attendees, participants, thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.
حضورنا الكرام، نشكر لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We will start our 6th session.
Charlie.
الشحن وصلت للبيت وتم استلامها. تخيل لو ما كان في كليك. من المفروض اني ارتب شنطتي واقص تذاكري والوعد المطار. لحظة، الجواز منتهي، لازم اجدده. جهز ملفك، خذ لك صورة، اطبع فورمة، مر الجوازات، صف بالطابور. يمر اسبوعك، تستلم جوازك وتروح المطار. وبعدها تاكسي او ايجار. توصل فندقك، تختار البضاعة وتدفع حقها وتخلص جمركها. ترجع ديرتك، تنتظر بضاعتك توصل بالسلامة. تنتظر سواقها يوصلها. تستلم بضاعتك. كل هذا صرنا نعوضه بكليك. الموضوع ما هو فقط في شراء واستلام البضاعة. الكليك صار موجود في جميع نواحي حياتنا. تحجز موعدك، ترسل وتستقبل، تجدد جواز، تطلب رقم، تشتري غرض، تدفع فاتورة، تستلم طلب، تحضر جلسة. حاضر يا شيخ. تتزوج، توثق عقد، تسجل مولود، يتربى بعزك، تبيع سيارة، تطلب تاكسي، تجدد رخصة، لا الثانية، تحضر اجتماع، تشتري بيت، تسوي وكالة، شوف درجاته.
الكليك غير حياتكم وسهلها، بس بالنسبة لجيلنا يعتبر مجرد كليك، لأننا ما عرفنا غيره، عشان كذا ما يبهرنا. لكن المبهر إن كل هالتغيير صار خلال 5 سنوات تقريباً. طيب وش نقدر نسوي في ال5 سنوات القادمة؟ ما راح نكتفي بالتحول الرقمي، لأنه صار هو الأساس. راح نتجاوز مرحلة تنفيذ طلب يسد الاحتياج إلى مرحلة تنفيذ احتياجنا قبل نحتاجه. وفي هالأمور ما لنا حد، لأن طموحنا عنان السماء. جيلنا جيل اليوم، وأنتم دوركم تجهزون لنا بكرة.
السيدات والسادة الكرام،
Ladies and gentlemen, our final session for the first day of budget forum is the sixth one, enhancing the technical, the IT and communication and digital sector, to be moderated by media consultant Mahmoud Ashangiti. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, for this budget forum first day, I'd like to welcome you. And in this session, 6-1, it is the final session for the first day, speaking about budget, enhancing the IT and the communication sector to enable the digital economy. Allow me first, Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, to call on stage the speakers, the keynote speakers, His Excellency Isam, the head of the National Data Center. His Excellency Muhammad Al-Tamimi, the Governor of IT and Communication and Space and Technology Center. His Excellency Ahmed Aswayan, the Governor of the Digital Authority. His Excellency Abdul Rahman, the CEO of Ilm. Welcome all to this session. By the time in 2018, by the way, in 2018, the first launch, the first one was the adoption of the budget. If you remember, if we start with you about the digital government, what is meant by the concept, or the concept of the digital economy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's true. 4 years in the past, Bufaisal launched I'timad, the platform launched here in this big hall. Bufaisal doesn't want to speak about the achievements of the Ministry of Finance. So let me talk about the achievements over the recent 4 years. In I'timad, the platform headed by the champions in the Ministry of Finance, last year only 2021, more than 100,000 competitions and procurement on the platform digitally, fully digitally, not offering or spreading or communicating as was the case in the world countries, but launching, attracting, receiving, submitting technical proposal, awarding all the offers. And when we speak about the value achieved by I'timad platform today, we compare this to 2017 and before. If we look, for example, the procedures of payment, previously it took us 180 days. We are now proud by the champions of the Ministry of Finance and the National Center for the national entity. It just takes 28 days, thanks to the automation. Back to the understanding, or back to the concept of digital government. It is very important to apply and employ the state-of-the-art technologies for better life and quality of life for visitors, residents, citizens, in addition to the ease of doing business for companies and also the efficiency of government entities. Speaking of values, it is very important for the digital government authority. Today, the Minister of Health was around. Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a hospital, different patients, a platform that provides support for more than 150 hospitals and and millions of citizens, visitors, and also carry out a lot of surgical and non-surgical operations for patients, which of course help us to cut the time short for the patients while staying or waiting at hospitals. When also I see different champions in the Ministry of Justice, 95% of the judicial sessions and sittings are done online, which of course gives us so the litigation and judication now takes much less time, and now just takes 30 days, only 30 days in comparison with the previous long days. Another example in the housing sector and municipal sector, through linking between Ijar and Najis, and now the issues relating to rental services are much less, and in order to today all the housing support is all done online. Also the Ministry of Interior, the champions in the Ministry of Interior through Abshir, we have been able to cut it short. We have cut short 160 million visits, of course, which of course saved up 17 billion Saudi riyals. Now it just takes 3 minutes. The biggest one. Big thanks go to the government entities for the great efforts made so far. Allow me, Your Excellency, Engineer Isam, Sadaya, when we say Sadaya, it means we're speaking about high quality ecosystem and has great services. It's Sadaya, it is Sadaya really. If I ask you, what is it, Sadaya, that has provided to support the quality of life and doing business here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Thank you so much to be here among you in this forum. We did not look into technology per se. It's not a goal, or it is enabler for doing business. We are very proud that we are providing technology for the government entities. You cannot find any entities that cannot deal with us. Of course, we deal with everyone. So technology plays such a great role for the quality of life, I'll say some examples. The national product of Abshir, for example, in 2021, now you can renew your digital identity, you can issue your digital passport, and also the renewable passports will also be done. So the numbers are increasingly growing. 65,000 operations or processes are being done, or operations are being done, or transactions are being done. Just imagine how much 65,000 services have been provided, which saves a lot of traffic, a lot of efforts, a lot of things. So all these, of course, helped in the quality of life. We provide such services while you are at home. So just imagine that I can get my visa to countries while I am at the traffic sign or light waiting. So we started at the beginning to deal with COVID-19, for example. The COVID-19, of course, has gone, and we've been champions based on the efforts made so far. More than 180 million services, for example. So why do I need a book? I don't need a book. Everything is there in your mobile phone. Now you can take anything from the mobile phone. Everything is digitally saved in terms of the bonds, in terms of the service, in terms of licenses, degrees, in terms of the renewal, security, insurance, medical, and everything. Medical insurance and other insurances are all made available on your mobile phone, which means that you can use anytime, anywhere. Also, we speak about World Cup. We have great efforts in order to enhance the real participation with the customs and passports in terms of the ports, whether airport or seaport in Salwa port. Of course, it has been so much successful for the people to get in Qatar and the other way around. So we have a close cooperation between the National Business Center to provide all the services for investors to benefit from the business activities. The journey started from the establishment of the commercial work, getting into practice, and the termination of such kind of project. We have gone long ways, of course, not just to provide digital services, but also to make the journey easy, smooth, faultless, and seamless, so that these investors can have no problems. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is seeing big digital transformation and progress across different sectors and businesses. We see today the digital infrastructure of this digital economy. Could you speak more about it? First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and everyone for this budget, wishing always that more achievements will come into play, headed and led by the custodian of the economists and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as also said by the Excellencies. Beyond the shadow of doubt, the economic or the digital infrastructure is one of the most important pillars for the digital economy, or what is known as core of the digital economy. Digital economy, we need to understand how digital economy can be connected to the digital infrastructure. In a recently published report by World Bank, the size of the digital economy is about 50%. This, of course, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is higher. It's about 16%. Another report by the World Bank, which is a very important indicator, the rate of the digital economy is faster than the world economy, which means that so many world economies focus more on the importance of the enablement of digital economy. One of the most important pillars of the digital economy is the infrastructure. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, thankfully, of course, has understood how important to focus more on digital economy by His Excellency Minister of IT and Communications, to support and enable to invest in infrastructure or digital infrastructure. There is a recently published report by the International Communication. It is very important to focus more on the brand width and the IT and the communication, because this will also bring back return on investments and the GDP. So many other countries, of course, ask to reduce the video resolution and in order, of course, to speed up their or increase their own ranking. But in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we've been able to do so. Also, the investments in the smart technologies and digital technologies and infrastructure. The private sector over the 5 years invested big numbers in the digital infrastructure, leading to a number of results, which resulted in the quality of the services. Based on the international indices, there is a report that's very important, published by the European Competitiveness or Digital Competitiveness. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia comes number 2 after China across the world. Another indicator which ranks all the world countries based on the maturity of organization and the harmonization between the private sector and the public sector and the private sector. In the number of the Kingdom, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is number 6 across the G20 and number 1 across the region. And also there are other indicators I cannot speak more about, but there are other historical indicators which have become part of this great effort to better invest in digital infrastructure as a key pillar to enhance digital economy. So the size of technology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has gone beyond expectations. It has reached 73 billion Saudi riyals, as the biggest, of course, across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which thank you, Your Excellency, Doctor. Mr. Abdurrahman, talk to us about the relationship between digital transformation, quality of life for citizens and residents and visitors. Hello, everyone. First of all, I am happy to be here for launching the budget. The private sector plays such a great role in the digital transformation that has come into play. If we look into the quality of life, as been referred to by Dr. Isam. If we look at this, we can see the big differences, and we can see also the environment and the pollution produced by the different journeys. We have been able to remove such kind of journeys, the movement, the heavy movement, and the traffic that has been improved, because the number of journeys, the number of the traffic has also been removed, because most of the services are now provided online, of course, and quick time, of course, which made it easier for people to do so, and to do like even like to save more time. And these are very important for us to facilitate and make everyone's life easier and better. And the role played, of course, is very important. I believe strongly that it's a complementary role. We see big leaps in digital transformation for different companies, big companies. And for example, banking technologies and fintech also has come into play. Engineer Ahmad, the different organizations, businesses that have been done by the Digital Authority recently, of course, beyond a shadow of doubt, priorities always go to users, and how to ensure the development of process relating to the services, digital services. Today, the key input is for the stakeholders, and what is it expected, of course, by the government entities. We have launched a new indicator for the digital experience, and the first, of course, stakeholder is the beneficiary. So it is very important to ensure to change the platforms. Today we have launched a new indicator. We have now 12 products. Next year we will increase it. We will have more products in addition to the performance of the digital transformation, and also to measure not just the digital transformation, but also the commitment of the entities. And this year, 7 entities have more, and also more entities have come to, or have reached high levels of innovation commitment. Your Excellency, Dr. Isam, talked to us about the efforts of Sadaya to develop the digital infrastructure for the performance of the government. Of course, the spirit and the teamwork under the vision of 2030 is all collective, collaborative, coordinated, supportive, to help them achieve more. I'll cite one example. The first cloud, we know which one we're going for, and they should always provide data center. This is a very tough one. When we started this, of course, it was like a dream, and we depended heavily on we studied the Korean model at that time. We were very happy if we go like a little beyond. 1 month ago, we celebrated the completion of the integration of 200 centers, which means 200 government entities. They don't have to worry about the digital infrastructure, and they don't have to buy equipment, devices, and so on. They are all provided, and we have calculated this about the size of provision. It is 2 billion riyals per year. This is an example. The other examples to enhance also work, which is the national data, sharing data before. And we know that it is it was just like that data is the future fuel. And now we created the national data bank. More than 1,000 of data set been included, and we have recently launched also data market or market-based data. And also, for example, the 2 entities or the 2 parties, the one that is asking, the one that is providing such data, so they can provide and share such data. We have come to more than 8 billion share and also share of the data, and also this helped us like the artificial intelligence. So we dealt with more than 85 entities that had the problems, and we have taken them as scenarios. They sit with them and they use the national data bank, analyze such data, and to provide insights and visions to the decision makers so that they can make own decisions. One more example, we have the secure national network, which is very important to share data between the government entities. Some examples: 2020, the size of sharing data was more than 10 billion times, and now it is 18 billion times. So what I mean is that the entities can share more information, more data in a easier way. At the end, we are part of this big effort. Of course, we are sharing all. Your Excellency Boufaris, you have talked and you refer to very important economic indicators. What are the most important achievements in the IT and communication sector in 2022? I can cut it short because time is running quick. As I've said in the first part, it is very important to focus on infrastructure investments. This is one of the most important enablers to use optic fiber, and we've been able also from the baseline. Now we have reached up to 60% for the optic fiber. Also, we have worked for about 15 years, 1,500,000 houses, but now we need to reach more and more. There is a very important indicator, which is the 5 generation, not just for the speed, but also for the access to the network and latency. Today, Riyadh is ranked among the top 3 cities across the world. As for the IT and communications, we focus more on listing the communication company. It was the trend. Now we have more than 11 IT and communication companies, and the growth is more and more than like 60%. There is another indicator. I always follow up with His Excellency, and the venture capital. We have reached 3.3 billion Saudi riyals, which goes up to 60% of the total investments in 2021. So it is very important for investors, entrepreneurs, for the Internet of Things, on narrowband of Internet of Things. Frankly speaking, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the best top countries in terms of the Internet of Things, such as like smart meters, and working here in the Ministry of Energy. This won't be able, of course, possible without the infrastructure, digital infrastructure. So we have reached this up to 95% in the urban areas. As I've said, the importance of digital economy is not just like for the urban cities or the urban areas, but also even the remote and rural areas. We have also spread the services in 1,000 areas, 1,000 of centers, villages, and remote areas and places. And we have reached up to 4.5 million people. And even the little villages and centers, there was one provider, for example, service provider, and now such services are provided by different providers with different like IT and communication companies, in order to attract them more and more to provide like a free of charge services and the products, regardless of the companies, regardless of the companies working. So it is more than like towers, more than 250,000 people using this in remote areas and centers and villages without any kind of charge. Also, we focus on women enablement and youth entrepreneurs. We have different indicators we are very proud of, one of which is the job localization in the IT and communication is more than 60%. Also, the women participation in IT and communication, we started the baseline 7%, and now we are going 30%, and we are proudly going the European indicator. So even the G20 indicator, I believe this is very important, translating, of course, the integrated work between the different government entities and the private sector. Good. Moving ahead to the assessment of the private sector to, of course, prepare the digital infrastructure for the big projects or giant projects. This is very important for the private sector to have well-established digital infrastructure here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to have well-established digital infrastructure that help to enhance investment, such as, for example, the data connection, the data integration that can help in companies to establish and carry out their own businesses. For example, companies producing like digital data and products and services, they have good connection between the centers and other entities, other government entities that can be that are provided by different entities, so they can like do their own business. For example, each insurance company now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can open an account and can carry out any procedure on an existing account for any stakeholder or beneficiary through linking whether with Ministry of Commerce or the National Data Center or Ministry of Interior or other entities. This, beyond a shadow of doubt, cannot be provided across the countries, and the interconnectedness of these services made it much easier for the private sector business. For example, NAFAD is the only tool for all the government entities and the private sector entities to enable the beneficiary to reach their own accounts easier and faster. So these are very important. The other point is, I think has been referred to previously, the national capacity building and human capacities, and it is very important to have well-trained and qualified human resources to carry out the digital activities, and we here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are being provided, and they are highly competitive. Of course, we have different universities, different training centers, different training camps that enhance the quality of such systems. Great. Your Excellency, Engineer Ahmed, what are the most important targets for the authority next year? I believe to increase the return on investments. Also, the World Bank has said that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is higher when it comes to the IT and the communication activities. This ensures expenditure on the digital transformation generously. Today we have 693 billion Saudi riyals up to 2025 to move and spend more on the digital transformation. How to benefit from this to enhance the job localization and the technology used. In the IT and communication sector, headed by His Excellency, we have a strong connection between the different entities, whether qualification, training, and leadership making, in close cooperation with the educational sector, and also providing the financial support, in addition to providing support for such entities when it comes to the government procurement. Today, when we see the percentage of small and medium-sized enterprises in terms of the purchase or procurement and purchase in the IT and communication, it aims to be up to 10%. As said, Dr. Isa, the trend to the computer clouding, which we aim to be 50% in 2025, headed by Sadaya or other clouding, commercial clouding. Also, it is very important to transform to OpEx space, and instead of having continued offering for capital cost, we move on to operational cost through the different agreements that help us greatly for the government procurement and competitiveness and competition. We aim to reach up to 70% for the IT and communication sector, to focus on an operational expenditure in 2025 through the different integrated journeys. What is important for us is the stakeholder, is the beneficiary and the needs. For example, one service, for example, when it comes to registering a newly born baby, it is very important to see a connection, a harmonization between the hospital where such a baby was born and the civil affairs entity. Great. Now, we need to cut it short because time is over. We have received some questions. Your Excellency, the space issues has been entrusted to the IT and Communication Authority. What has been done in this important sector? The space sector, of course, has attracted different attention and interest, and the strategy will be announced in the upcoming days. If we take the amount of money to be invested in the space over the 30 years, 60% of this is established in IT and communication, which means that more investors will come and invest, of course, in the non-traditional sector will do so in the space. What has been issued by the Council of Ministers and a decision to restructure space, and it was by the Authority of Space in close cooperation with King Abdulaziz for Science and Technology. Based on this, of course, there should be a restructuring for the Space Authority. So it is now headed by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed, and now to, of course, to develop the strategy and also the military and the civil issues. We have the second point, which is the initiatives and the programs. The authority will be established for the space science to focus more on the programs and initiatives of space, to be headed and supervised by a scientific committee, and also the provider and the regulator. Of course, the space will be regulated and supervised by the authority, and the two authorities have been integrated or have been blended. And also a lot of issues are overlapping between the two entities. That is why they have come together to be one authority, and also this network of satellites, the application of the AI, and a lot of things have been now by the IT and the Communication Authority. Now two authorities have become into one recently by the under the supervision of Engineer Abdullah Sweha. A lot of issues have been done, and so many agreements have been signed by the American agency, which is an international program to go back to the moon. And now there is a kind of to get back to Mars, to get back to the moon for peaceful missions. There is unlimited support. Unlimited support by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed to go to the space. So it is very important. So it is very important to focus more on the talent and position the talented people here to position themselves in the space, and also a program that was announced. The astronauts of the astronaut programs, two Saudi astronauts, one will be female and one will be male, to be of course part of the program. I will be very proud of this. Also, there was in the Arab countries a kind of reluctance and resistance to be engaged in entrepreneurship in space, in the space sector. So we made an incubator, a facilitator for the entrepreneurship in space. How is your relationship with the private sector? We have a very strong relationship, and also who is beneficial is the private sector. Been referred to by my friend. This is a service to be provided to ensure the ID, the digital ID. Big thanks go to the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Interior. We have also another application, Nafad. Great efforts were made to address the financial option, and now so many banks use this application. the recent application when it comes to the ID is to benefit from the bio. It's not just like a password, but there should be from the bio issues, bio data. The T5 also a number of companies. Some companies work on the AI, and some others also will contribute to work for the private sector benefits. Busad, quick question: the impact of digital transformation for the government on the private sector. I see there are 3 milestones. First of all, innovation, enablement, and boldness. Boldness before it was by just big companies. Now the private sector have the courage to enable the private sector. For example, the banking and the fintech and the banking technology and the fintech has given has been provided by the government entities and such as like the sandbox that can enable them to work with the different sector. And now we have more than 1 emerging companies in this sector. Also, innovation is very important. As I've said, we can see it. Also, we can see it. The government sector now is competing the digital global companies that provide so many solutions to create, because you cannot be up to the digital explosion, digital disruption, unless otherwise there should be like state-of-the-art development and organization and use the state of technologies, and also enablement, which is also can be seen clearly in for the private sector provided by regulators or organizers. We have 4 questions, but before there is 1 question. We'd like to ask this question. The authority launched the comprehensive platform, 3 components, reducing the number of platforms through closing down or blending or integration. We have online 118 platforms. We hope to bring it down to 50. So we need to bring this number down to 50%. The other point is depending on the different things, of course, such as like payment or repayment, and also the integration platform as was referred to by His Excellency. So we don't want each entity to establish a platform where they have to have their own resources. We have to have shared resources. The third is to unify the standardization of the interfaces of platform, whether online or non-online, offline. So the experience of the customer should be easy and should not be complicated or too complicated. The first question to His Excellency from Mecca: the most important roles of the authority is to protect users and also to reduce fraud and corruption. What did the authority provide against fraud practices? Fraud is international practice, and the world, of course, is going from the physical world to the digital world, which of course made fraud possible across online, of course. And we are also provide good services to be against fraud. We have 2 solutions, which is proactive solutions. How we do so? That is why it is very important. For example, so we provide proactive solution in close cooperation with the National Data Center, which is known as Manafid platform, reducing a lot of malpractices or fraud practices, and also can reduce fraud. The second is the post-establishment. If, for example, the fraudulent has something like a person has done something and wants to continue the ill practices, we have launched a system known as controlling through the blockchain, controlling the fraudulent and illegal practices. We have launched it at the beginning of the year. The number of messages that have been blocked for the users inside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, more than 4 million messages. The number of international calls, ring calls, and so that you call them back. We have blocked more than 60 million, over 60 million calls. So I believe so many government entities, in addition to the authorities, we have developed so many innovative solutions, digital solutions based on AI and others. Good. Your Excellency, Dr. Issam, Riyadh newspaper, you have referred to Sadaya achievements. Could you speak about other achievements for 2022, most important? This application, I think, will make quantum leap. Now we are heading for the digital, virtual and digital world. You will have also your ID and will be launched by and produced by the Minister of Interior. If this is misused or malpractice, we'll have a lot of problems. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is advanced when it comes to digital practices. So Nafad is enabler for digital ID, which is the bio ID. In the application, you can get into the different government and into the different websites without password, or this goes in line where the password has been is ineffective and can be easily hacked. It's not to provide services, but also to provide such services in a much better way. This will be announced shortly. When you create an account in Abshire, you have to go to the civil affairs or to have your fingerprints there. We will do it other way around through Nafad application with the bio, such as the face and the fingerprint, where you can authenticate and document this kind of this kind of document. So your ID can be created based on your bio data in the first quarter of 20 for the first quarter of next year, where you will pass the King Fahd Road to the Dammam based on your bio data. Less than 1 minute. CBC Abba Ashamari asking about the enhancement of the IT and what are the most important features. The opportunities for digitalization are so big. We have two types of opportunities made available. The supporting companies for the government entities or the non-government entities to build technical systems, digital computer clouding, and also transforming old and traditional systems to digital systems. We have a big number of opportunities that can be bigger, which is like digitalizing the human lives. There is like high speed for the companies to transform so many of our work. How to eat, or what to eat, where to live, where to live. These are all will be digitalized, and what is it now and what we have so far done is something that is little. In addition, the emerging technologies in terms of the artificial intelligence, blockchain, the Internet of Things, all when put together, when combined together, there will be more opportunities that can be hundreds of times and of the different issues, different things. So in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have big number of population,
واسعة
big areas, so many visitors that frequent the area, whether for tourism or to perform Umrah and programs. So these bring more opportunities to better invest in the digitalization of services. Your Excellency, one question from Al Ikhbariya asking, do you have any plan to unify all the digital services in one unified platform? Thank you so much. We don't have to forget that the purpose is to provide better service for the end user. To unify the platform and making it one is not an end, it is a tool, and the digital services and digital government is also enabled to provide better services. As I've said in the past, of course, we need to reduce this down to 50%, bringing it down to 25%, and also the experience will be unified when we get into Abshir or Najis or whatever, or Sihati. The purpose is that we have to have one unified experience through the design interface. So through this stage, of course, up to 2025, we're looking forward to having one unified standardized platforms, and through like security portals and the platforms, so will be like through Abshir and others through Najis and others through Sahati and so on, up to 2025, where we'll have a new stage. Good, very good. Your Excellency Dr. Isam, Dr. Muhammad, the engineer Isam Abdurrahman, I am very happy to share you this session. Thank you so much. Your attention is appreciated. Thanks ever so much for the Excellencies, participants, attendees for this great session. Wishing you to see you soon. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the end of our Thursday sessions of Budget Forum. Wishing you always the best and wishing you to see you tomorrow for the second day. See you then at 10 tomorrow. Thank you very so much, Your Excellencies, for the great speeches in the 6 sessions about the achievements made so far this year and the targets of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Big thanks go also to the ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.